Good morning.
Good morning, Ara. How you doing today?
Doing great. Everybody was so quiet. I said, let me break this silence. So I want to check to see if my audio is working or not.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. It's great to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Likewise.
Yeah, we'll get started in just a few minutes.
Can you just mute your whole computer?
Someone in Building Standards Commission didn't read the instructions how to use audio or not to have
Oh, Mia says she's only supposed to be here as a visitor, not as a participant. That was a question for me. Thank you. 9, but we are still missing several members. So I guess we just give them several more minutes.
How many members are we waiting on, Irina?
We are waiting for 2 voting members and 1 ex officio.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Kevin with Building Standards Commission.
Yes, Kevin.
Hi, good morning. I just wanted to touch base. I believe the ex officio from UCLA, Carl Newth, let us know that he unfortunately had a conflict and wouldn't be able to participate. So I think he may be absent today, but even without the 2 voting members, if they're jumping on a little bit late, Gary Dunger and Nathan Dyson, it looks like we have quorum. So it's up to the chair and the committee. If you want to get started with the housekeeping and everything, we could do that. Or if you want to give them a few minutes, you could do that as well. So just want to let you know.
And Nathan Dyson just joined, so we are only missing Gary Dunger.
Great.
So Gary Dunger is the only one from the committee that has not joined. Was Steve Guarino going to be joining as well? I believe he was another ex officio member.
So he's here in person.
Oh, he's in person. Perfect. Thank you. Well, I'm comfortable getting started as long as you are, Kevin and Irina.
Yep.
Very good. Well, welcome to the Building, Fire, and Other Code Advisory Committee. I'd like to thank you all for coming today. I am Randall Metz, Chair of the BFO Code Advisory Committee, and I'm calling this meeting to order. It is 9:03, 2024. Irina Brosman, would you please call the roll?
Randall Metz,
Present.
Ara Sargsyan,
Present.
Ronnie Thomas,
Present.
Gary Danger, Nathan Dyson,
Present.
Lisa George,
Present.
David Field,
Here.
Mark Ranger,
Here.
Stephen Gurino,
Here.
Carl Newth, absent, Jenna Garcia.
Present.
We have quorum.
Thank you, Irina, and thank you for declaring we do have a quorum for this meeting. At this time, I would like to remind the committee members participating remotely to disclose whether any other individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room at your remote location and the general nature of your relationship with any such individuals pursuant to Senate Bill 544, Chapter 216, Statutes of 2023. I will disclose that I am doing this from home, and my wife is in the house, not necessarily in the room, but will be hearing discussion. Any others?
I would also disclose that my wife is, I'm doing it from home today, and my wife is here. I may do it from my office tomorrow and hope that's not an issue, but I would have headphones on and they would not be hearing the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Anyone else? Very good. Irina, would you please read the meeting information and instructions?
Just a note that Gary Downward did just right. Thank you, Barbara. So good morning, everybody. My name is Irina Brautman. I am supervising architect at the California Building Standards Commission and will be assisting the chairperson throughout the meeting. I would also like to introduce the other CBST staff in attendance. So Barbara Truxley, who will be running the Zoom webinar and YouTube webcast, and also help us with the public comments received during the meeting. Other CBST staff are on Zoom, including our new executive director, Stoyan Kumbala, and the deputy executive director, Kevin Day. This is an open public meeting of the CBST Building, Fire, and other BFO Board Advisory Committee. The purpose of this meeting is to ensure public participation in the development of the proposed building standards and to ensure adequate technical review and recommendations to the Commission and the state agencies on the proposed building standards submitted for this committee's review prior to being evaluated by the CBST commissioners for adoption.
Thank you, Irina. Any members of the public that would like to be recognized, please use the raised hand feature in Zoom, and any phone participants be ready on the phone. Barbara, please check Zoom and then the phone for public members to introduce themselves.
We have Nate.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Oliver.
Good. Nate Oliver, Technical Director of Vulcan Vents.
Thank you.
Next, we have Bob.
Yes, Bob Raymer, representing the California Building Industry Association, the California Apartment Association, and the Building Owners and Managers Association. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raymer.
I don't see any other hands, and we don't currently have any phone participants.
Perfect. Thank you. Irina, will you please read the remainder of the meeting information and instructions?
So the proposed building standards are required to comply with specific criteria listed in the Health and Safety Code section 18.930, commonly known as the 9-point criteria. The committee members can find the 9-point criteria listed in the Board Advisory Committee, PAC meeting procedures and references provided as part of the materials for the meeting. The members of the public can find the 9-point criteria posted on the BFO CAC meeting webpage, linked on the meeting agenda. Committee recommendations are restricted to approve as amended, disapprove, or return for further study. For positions to approve as amended, disapprove, or return for further study, the commenter must identify which one or more of the required 9-point criteria the proposed code change has failed to satisfy and provide your rationale. Comments must be restricted to one or more of the required 9-point criteria. This meeting is being held remotely, consistent with Senate Bill 544, Chapter 216, Statutes of 2020, which remains effective until January 1st, 2026, and allows alternative requirements for state boards, committees, and commissions, state bodies opting to conduct meetings and other proceedings by electronic means. In part, this statute allows the state body, that's an advisory body, to participate remotely as specified. As a reminder, EAC members participating remotely must always remain on camera. If at any time a member needs to turn their camera off For bandwidth or other issues, please notify the chair. Today's meeting can be viewed in the Zoom webinar and on the CBSC YouTube channel linked on the meeting agenda. I would like to remind the YouTube viewers there is an approximate 45-second delay. Real-time closed captioning is available via automated live transcription in both Zoom and YouTube. The public may provide comments on each agenda item by calling in on the Zoom teleconference number provided on the meeting agenda, or by using the raise hand feature in Zoom. Instructions are provided on the CBSC webpage. If you have difficulty with technology, call CBSC office at 916-263-0916. I will now read the public comment and Zoom instructions. If you wish to make a comment on the specific agenda item, please listen for the committee chair to ask for any comments from the public. The chair will just go through the Zoom participants that have raised their hands. Then the committee chair will take comments from the public on the Zoom phone line. At this time, please take yourself off the field. You may choose to announce your name and who you are representing before making your comment. Please mute yourself when done commenting. The chair will continue through the call queue until there are no questions remaining. Staff will summarize any written comments that were received by 5 p.m. on Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024. The committee will then proceed to the next agenda item. If possible, please call from the landline using the telephone handset only. This enhances the committee's ability to hear your comments clearly. Calling from the speakerphone or cell phone reduces the quality of the audio and makes it much harder for your comments to be heard clearly. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we can proceed to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Irina. Agenda item number 2 is an overview of meeting schedule and housekeeping. As we all know, staying on schedule is everyone's responsibility. Please honor time limits when they are identified. I will call for the state proposing agency to address the committee and explain the proposed building standard. The committee will then discuss each agenda item. Then I will call for public comments. Please avoid duplicating comments in their entirety. Support or non-support may be expressed for specified comments. Following all comments and discussion, I will call for a motion and a second to recommend action on each agenda item relating to proposed building standards. A roll call will be taken for each motion. Please stay on the subject matter being discussed and avoid sidebar conversations. Extraneous discussions disrupt the flow of the meeting and can be hard for persons on the telephone to understand who is speaking and what is being discussed. Please be respectful of others' time and opinion and avoid interruptions. We will take a lunch break around noon, and the committee will decide on a good stopping point as the meeting progresses. Agenda item number 3 is comments from the public on issues not on the agenda. Comments regarding items not on this agenda may be briefly discussed, but no action may be taken by the committee. At this time, I would like to remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item number 3 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item number 3.
There's no hands raised, and we do have One phone participant. If the person on the phone would like to make a comment, now is the time. I guess that's enough. There are no public comments.
Very good. Thank you. Irina, were any written comments submitted to the committee prior to the meeting? Would you please summarize them? And are those representatives on the line?
So no comments were submitted for this item. There are comments for particular items on the agenda, but we will address them later.
Very good. This concludes agenda item number 3. Thank you for your comments. Next on the agenda is item 4 for the 2024-26 term of the committee. We will need to nominate a vice chair, and all CAC members must vote on the nomination. At this time, I would like to remind the public who wish to speak on the nomination of vice chair to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Committee, is there anyone who would like to make a nomination for vice chair?
This is Chris Ochoa, Mr. Chairman. I'd nominate Ara Sargsesian.
Thank you.
You beat me.
Barbara, are there any commenters on the phone regarding nomination of vice chair?
There's no hands, and we don't have any phone participants, but no comment.
Very good. This concludes the public comment portion. I have a motion for Ara Sargsesian for vice chair. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that Ara should be selected as vice chair of the BFO Advisory Committee. Is there any further discussion regarding this motion?
Mr. Chair, this is Kevin. Just a quick question. Sorry, for the record, who was the second for that motion?
Blanchett.
Thank you, Mark.
Any further discussion regarding the motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Irina, would you please conduct a roll call vote?
Ara Sargsesian.
I should abstain.
Ronnie Thomas.
Aye.
Gary Dunger.
Aye.
Nathan Disson. Nathan,
Oh, did you not hear me? Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Chris Ochoa.
Aye.
David Hill.
Aye.
Mark Blanchett.
Aye.
Randall Metz.
Aye.
Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 aye and 1 abstain. The motion is carried.
Thank you very much, Irina. Next on the agenda is item number 5, California Building Standards Commission, BFC 0424, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 edition of the California Administrative Code, Part 1, Title 24. BSC representative, please introduce yourself and present the proposal for item 5. BSC has their commission action matrix, the CAM. Please indicate the CAM number, section number, and section name for the items you'll be presenting.
Good morning, committee chair, members. My name is Carol Hegler. I'm an associate governmental program analyst at the California Building Standards Commission. And I'm here to present agenda item 5, which contains BSC's proposed adoption of and amendments to the 2025 California Administrative Code. The proposed BSC amendments to Chapter 1 are being made to align with OSHPD's office name change, to adjust specific requirements to reflect the evolution of how state business is conducted in a digital environment with regard to acceptable signatures and the number of copies of specific documents that are required, and other clarifying editorial changes. This concludes my overview. While most of these amendments are non-substantive with very little change in regulatory effect, I would be happy to present each item individually and answer any questions if you like.
Thank you very much. Committee, this item is open for committee discussion right now. For reference, please indicate the CAM number, section number, and name and IET page. Committee members, do you have any comments regarding the proposed amendments? Hearing none, at this time, I would like to remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 5 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from phone and unmute yourself at this time. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 5.
First comment is going to be Bob.
Thank you. Bob Raymer with the CBIA, BOMA, and the Apartment Association. And for the sake of time, we're all supporting both BSC's Part 1 adoption, along with the next agenda item, BSC's Part 2, the Building Code adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raymer.
Okay. There are no other hands raised and currently no phone participants.
Very good. Thank you for your public comments. Irina, were any written comments submitted to the committee prior to the meeting? And if so, would you please summarize them? And are those representatives on the line?
No comments were submitted for this item.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion, and I will entertain a motion on agenda item 5.
I'll move for approval, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
This
Second.
is second. Oh.
Thank you. Motion by Mr. Ochoa, second by Mr. Sargsyan. It is moved and seconded that the agenda item number 5 be approved. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Irina, please conduct a roll call vote.
Mark Blanchett,
Aye.
Ronnie Thomas,
Aye.
Gary Denger, Gary, could you unmute yourself?
Okay, sorry, I was trying the space bar. Aye.
Thank you. Nathan Thiessen,
Aye.
Chris Shaw,
Aye.
David Phil,
Aye.
Ara Sargisyan,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
unanimous and motion carried.
Thank you, Irina. Next on the agenda is item number 6, California Building Standards Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 edition of the California Building Code, Part 2, Title 24. BSC representative, please introduce yourself and present the proposal for item number 6.
Good morning. My name is Timothy O'Malley, Architectural Associate for representing the California Building Standards Commission. Today I'm presenting the BSC 0524 Part 2 Rulemaking Package for Amendment and Adoption of the 2024 International Building Code into the California Code of Regulations Title 24, Part 2 of the 2025 California Building Code. With me today is Irina Brosman, who will be answering questions if needed as a supervising architect, but also with the Building Standards Commission. BSC is proposing to adopt the 2024 IBC, the most recent edition of the model code, for codification and effectiveness into the 2025 edition of the CBESC, pardon me, the CBC. This action is to meet the requirements of Health and Safety Code Section 18928, assuring adoption of the most recent edition of the model code within 1 year of its publication. In addition, BSC proposes to bring forward existing amendments from the 2022 California Building Code for inclusion into the 2025 CBC without modification. These items are not shown in the express terms, and proposes new amendments shown in the rulemaking items listed on the CAM document ahead of you in your rulemaking packet. BSC proposes only minor updates, editorial revisions, and corrections coordinated with other proposing agencies to ensure that all changes proposed to the current edition of the 2024 IBC and the existing Title 24 Part 2 code language are non-substantive in nature. There's no intended change in regulatory effect, no other facts, evidence, documents, testimony, or other evidence on which CBSC relies on to support its initial determination pursuant to Government Code Section 11346.2. There was no technical, theoretical, or empirical study, report, or similar documents used on the basis for this proposed adoption of the 2024 IBC in order to become inclusive into the 2025 CBC. Health and Safety Code 18934.5 assures that California Building Standards Commission will still adopt and approve and codify and publish the building standards for those occupancies under its authority. Per Government Code 11346.2, BSC has not identified any reasonable alternatives, including less burdensome and equally effective in achieving the purposes of the regulation in a manner that assures full compliance with statute. Sorry if I'm rambling a little fast. The public is welcome to submit any information, facts, or documents either supporting BSC's initial determination or finding to the contrary. BSC is respectfully asking the BFO CAC members for approval of its Part 2 rulemaking package.
Very good. This item is open for committee discussion. For reference, please indicate the CAM number, section number, and name, and IET page. Committee members, do you have any comments regarding the proposed amendments? Thank you. At this time, I would like to remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 6 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, please check Zoom and then the phone for comments on agenda item 6.
First hand is Bob.
Mr. Raymer?
Yes, Bob Raymer, representing CBI and BOMA. And once again, we strongly support the BSC adoption of Part 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next hand is Michael.
Mr. Malinowski?
Yes, Michael Malinowski on behalf of the American Institute of Architects, California, speaking in support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
That hand is gonna be Nate.
Mr. Oliver?
Yeah, hi, and appreciate a little guidance maybe here. I have a comment on chapter 7A, specifically 706A. This is part of part 2, title 24, but that may fall under item number 11, which is SFM, part 2, title 24. But my little subsection 706A is still part of part 2, title 24. I just don't know if I comment on it here or if I comment on it at item 11. It's wildfire resistant construction. So there's a comment I have, a very important comment. I don't know if it's here, I make it here or in agenda item number 10.
Yeah, Kevin, I think that's going to fall under the state fire marshal portion. I don't see that as an amendment by BSC to chapter 7A in this agenda item. Is that accurate, Kevin?
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'll go away.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver.
Okay. That was the last hand raised, and there are no phone participants.
Very good. Thank you for your public comments. CBSE staff, were there any written comments submitted to the committee prior to the meeting? Would you please summarize them, and are those representatives on the line?
No comments were submitted for this item.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion, and I will entertain a motion on agenda item number 6.
Motion to approve as submitted by BSC. This is Sarkisian.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion by RS, second by Mr. Ochoa. It is moved and seconded that the agenda item number 6 be approved as submitted. Are there any further discussion regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this as well. Irina, please conduct a roll call vote.
Mark Blanchard,
Aye.
Ronnie Thomas,
Aye.
Gary Denger,
Aye.
Nathan Deason,
Aye.
Lisa Shaw,
Aye.
David Phil, David Phil,
Aye.
Ara Sargitian,
Aye.
Randall Metz.
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and motion carried.
Thank you, Irina. Next agenda item, number 7, Department of Housing and Community Development. Adopt and amend the 2025 edition of the California Building Code, Part 2, Title 24. Please present the proposed amendments to the addition of this particular item. HCD representative, please introduce yourself and present the proposal for item 7. HCD has their commission action matrix, the CAM. Please indicate the CAM number, and section name of the items presented.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and committee members. My name is Randy Enrico, and I am a district representative with the State Housing Law Program, representing the Department of Housing and Community Development. Other members from HCD are in attendance today and will assist in today's presentation as needed. Thank you for this opportunity to present HCD's proposed amendments to the 2024 International Building Code for the 2025 California Building Code. HCD's authority to adopt, amend, or repeal model code is found in Health and Safety Code sections 17.922 and 19.990. HCD is coordinated with multiple agencies to develop the 25 CBC building standards package that is before the committee today. HCD is appreciative of a BSC for providing correction and insight in working on this building package, as well as other departments and stakeholders. A quick overview of this Cycles building package is that it contains 53 chapters and appendices with no changes, where HCD either continues to not adopt, or adopts without amendments. There are 5 code sections that are editorial and corrections addressing publisher error and model code renumbering, and 14 code sections with new HCD amendments to the 2024 IBC. CAM items 20 through 34 are missing from this BFO CAG and will be heard by the structural design and lateral forces CAG. They will not be presented here today. At this time, HCD would like to thank the committee for consideration of this package and for lending your expertise. How would the committee like to proceed?
Committee, how would you like to proceed on this here? Are we looking for each individual item to be presented?
This is Mark. The only question I had to do with CAM 4-2 and 4-3, in which language was struck through, differentiating between more or less than 5 guest rooms. Basically, I read that as R2 and R3 become the same. So if you could comment on that.
Yes. Those struck out items in those 2 CAM numbers conflict with HCD's definition of hotels and motels.
This
Thank
is
you.
Ara Sarkisian. So I believe that's a valid change here, because in California already lodging definition is different from IBC. That's the reason, right? So we don't need to mention more than 5, because in California already as a definition we say if it's up to 5, lodging is more than 5 guest rooms. That's the reason that we have this discrepancy there. And I believe this is right thing to do.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks for the clarification.
Any additional committee discussion on the entire agenda package?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Ronnie Thomas. I'm just being relatively new, would just like to know what is the definition in California. That was clear between Ara and Randall's comments. How many guest rooms or how many rooms are we talking about for the California definition?
California definition is with 5 or fewer guest rooms for group R2, and I believe it's the same for group R3.
Okay, very similar language then. Thank you.
Any additional discussion?
So I believe, Mr. Chair, its question is about we are going to vote in whole or we are going to go item by item. That's the question, right?
That is correct. I have not heard yet if we want to go item by item.
If I would suggest, if there is no other comments, public comments on each item individually, to go in whole. Well,
I agree.
That's the direction I would like to go, unless I have a large number of public comments that would require us to break this up. So why don't we move forward? Thank you, Ara, and I think I did hear somebody else jump in saying they concurred, and see where we go with public comment. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who wishes to speak on agenda item number 7 to put yourself into the queue now by using the raise hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, please check Zoom and then the phone for any commenters on agenda item number 7.
First we have Bob.
Yes, Bob Raymer representing CBIA and the Apartment Association. And we're in strong support of HCD's adoption of Part 2 of the building code. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raymer.
Next hand up is Michael. Oops, sorry.
Mr. Malinowski.
Thank you, Michael Malinowski, speaking on behalf of the American Institute of Architects, California, in support of this motion, but also a quick comment. I'm a designated driver. My wife's having a medical procedure and is going to be released in about 15 or 20 minutes. I'm intending to speak on item number 9, and I'm kind of surprised at how fast the committee is moving forward through the agenda, and concerned that if that item comes up before approximately 11:30, I'm not going to be available to be on Zoom. I'm in a hospital waiting room right now. So I would request that item 9, which is the adoption by HCD of the existing building code, for which I submitted fairly extensive written comments, be held in abeyance until after 11:30 or afterward. And I apologize for being out of order with that request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malinowski.
There are no other hands raised and no phone participants at the moment.
Very good. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you for your public comments. Irina, were any written comments submitted to the committee prior to the meeting? Would you please summarize these items, and are those representatives on the line as well?
No comments were submitted for this item.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion, and I will entertain a motion on agenda item number 7.
This is Blanchett. Motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchett. Do I have a second?
This is Sarkisian, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the entire agenda item number 7 be moved for approval. Is there any further discussion regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this as well. Irina, please conduct a roll call vote.
Mark Blanchett,
Aye.
Ronnie Thomas,
Aye.
Gary Denger,
Aye.
Nathan Deason.
It's Dyson. Just
Oh, sorry.
aye. Going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Alfreda Shaw,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Randall Metz.
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion carried.
Thank you, Irina. Moving on to our next agenda item, Department of Housing and Community Development. Proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 edition of the California Residential Code, Part 220 or Part 2.5, Title 24. HCD representative, please introduce yourself and present the proposal for item number 8. HCD has their commission action matrix. Please indicate the CAM number and section name of the items you'll be presenting.
Good morning, Chair and Code Advisory members. My name is Jeffrey Cooney. I'm a district representative representing the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Other members from HCD are in attendance and will be assisting in today's presentation. The 2025 California Residential Code proposals are based on the 2024 International Residential Code, which, if approved by the Commission, will be effective on January 1st, 2026. California Health and Safety Code, Section 17921A, directs the Department of Housing and Community Development to propose adoption amendment, or repeal of building standards for the protection and benefit of public health, safety, and general welfare. Health and Safety Code Section 19990 requires HCD to adopt the most recent model codes. HCD has determined the proposed amendments impacting the 2025 California Residential Code within the California Code of Regulations. Title 24, Part 2.5 are necessary to meet HCD's mandate in Health and Safety Code Section 17922A and Section 19990. HCD respectfully requests your expertise and approval of the items being presented today. We would again like to thank the Code Advisory Committee for their time and sharing of comments. I will be presenting items 1 through 24, and Brian Starr will be presenting items 25 through 47. With that said, HCD would like to request to commence with the discussion of the proposed amendments to the 2025 California Residential Code.
Thank you. Committee, again, how do we want to address this? We have quite a few amendments here. Many of them are to appendices. Looking for your interest in how you want to entertain our two different speakers.
This is David Field. I guess the first question is, do we feel comfortable as a committee approving items 1 through 24 as is, or does anybody want to talk about any of those individual ones?
That's exactly what I'm looking for. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Field.
so I mean, I guess my question to the committee, I do not. But does anybody in the committee have any comments on items 1 through 24?
Not for me. Ochoa.
Hearing none, are we good with taking items 1 through 24 together?
Yes.
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 Very good. So I'm looking for, since we'll do this, well, let's try this going this way. We dealt with items 1 through 24. How about items 25 through 47? Are there any of those items where we're wishing to hear from the additional presenter on these items here? These are dealing primarily with appendices not being adopted by the state.
Yeah. No questions for me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ochoa. Any questions from any other members of the committee?
No.
Okay, so we will go ahead and move on to public comment since we have no additional committee discussion. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on any of the items in agenda item number 8 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item number 8.
First, we have Bob.
Mr. Raymer?
Yeah, this is Bob Raymer representing CBIA and the Apartment Association, and we're fine with the entire package. HCD's adoption of Part 2.5, the residential code. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raymer.
Next up, we have Michael.
Mr. Malinowski.
Thank you. Michael Malinowski on behalf of the American Institute of Architects, California, speaking in support of this HCD action.
Thank you.
There are no hands raised and no phone participants.
Very good. Thank you for your public comments. Irina, were any written comments submitted to the committee prior to the meeting? If so, would you please summarize them, and are those representatives on the line?
So yes, we received 3 written comments for HCD Part 2.5 proposal. And all of them are requesting adoption of IRC appendices. So the first comment, California Stroll Building Association. That's the first comment. The second one is from Martin Hummer with Anthony Dante and David Eisenberg. Hopefully I did not butcher any more names. Requesting adoption of Appendix DI, light straw clay construction, and Appendix PK, top construction, and Appendix PL, hemp lime, hempcrete construction. And the third comment is from U.S. Hemp Building Association, is requesting adoption of Appendix PL, hemp lime, hempcrete construction. So those are 3 comments we received in writing.
Thank you. Are any of those commenters available for comment? Doesn't look like we have any of those representatives on the line. So that concludes the public comment portion. I will entertain a motion on agenda item number 8. Again, items 1 through 47.
So including 30, 32, 33, all these.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. Okay.
That is correct. We're going for the entire agenda item.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second Ochoa.
I have a motion and a second. It is moved and seconded that the entirety of agenda item number 8 be approved as submitted. Are there any further discussion regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this as well. Irina, please conduct a roll call vote.
Mark Blanchard,
Aye.
Ronnie Thomas,
Aye.
Gary Dinger,
Aye.
Nathan Dyson,
Aye.
Rita Shaw,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Ara Sargsyan,
Aye.
Randall Metz.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous and motion carried.
Thank you, Irina. Okay, I have a procedural question. We've reached agenda item number 9. It is my understanding from Mr. Malinowski's comments that he has some extensive comments he would like to make on the issue. But if I remember correctly, he said he would not be available until after 11:30, or he was available until 11:30. I didn't quite get where he was going with that time frame. So either Irina or Kevin, what would be the proper procedure for here? Are we moving forward in order?
This is Kevin, Mr. Chair. I think Mr. Malinowski might still be on the line. I'm not sure if we've lost him yet. If so, Mike, do you have time right now to issue your comments, or does your request stand to hold them? That would be agenda item 9, HCD's part 10, until after 11:30 a.m.
Thank you for, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Hello? Okay, I'm in the parking lot right now. I have to pick up my wife in literally minutes.
Okay.
She's in a wheelchair because of this procedure. So the timing really is about as bad as it could be. So I've had my service go in and out too, as I'm in the parking lot right now. So my request is to put this off. I just have to drive home and then I can reconnect to Zoom. As soon as you see me back on, I'd be ready to join in, but I'm not available right now.
Understood. Thanks, Mr. Malinowski. That being said, Mr. Chair, at the pleasure of the committee, you could take the item out of order and proceed to the next agenda item on the agenda and resume with HCD's part 10, agenda item 9, when Mr. Malinowski checks in. But again, that's at the pleasure of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Day. Committee members, what's your pleasure? This is the last item for HCD. We will be moving on to State Fire Marshal with their first agenda item as soon as this one's done. Is there a desire to hold discussion and presentation of agenda item number 9 until after Mr. Malinowski returns? Or is the desire to move forward with the agenda items in order?
I would suggest, if it's okay with HCD staff, because they should be available there too, so we don't want to just push their schedule. To respect Mr. Manilovsky's request and move to State Fire Marshal items, and then we'll come back later. I have no problem.
This is David Field. I don't have a problem postponing this section, and certainly would want to respect Mr. Malinowski's work that he's put into to provide comments. The other question I'd have is State Fire Marshal ready to go now? We are moving at quite a bit of a good pace.
We are moving at a very good pace right now. So,
so part of that is whether or not Fire Marshal is ready.
I do believe that the State Fire Marshal, Crystal Sujeski, is on. I do see her hand up. Crystal, are you prepared to present your first agenda item if we take these out of order?
I am ready. And if I may suggest to the committee that agenda item 9 be heard before 14 and after 13, which would be right before the State Fire Marshal's presentation of part 10.
Which is the companion presentation for HCD on IEBC, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a good alternative right there. So we will go ahead and make that adjustment. We'll be moving agenda item 9 before agenda item 14. And we will move on to agenda item number 10 for the State Fire Marshal now. Are we comfortable with that, committee?
Yes.
Procedural question, do we need to vote on that, or is that something we can just do?
This is Kevin, Mr. Chair. I don't believe a vote is needed. If all the committee members and the agencies are in approval, we can go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. I didn't think we needed to vote on it. So we'll go ahead and make that change, and we will move on to agenda item number 10. Or am I getting? Yeah, agenda item number 10. Thank you. Office of the State Fire Marshal, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 edition of the California Administrative Code, Part 1, Title 24. State Fire Marshal representative, please introduce yourself and present the proposal for item 10. The State Fire Marshal has their commission action matrix table. Please indicate the CAM number, section number, and section name of the item presented. Crystal?
Yes, so good morning, Commissioner or committee members. My name is Crystal Sajewski. I am the Chief of Code Development and Analysis for CAL FIRE, Office of the State Fire Marshal. And today I will be presenting proposed regulations that will amend parts 1, 2, 2.5, 7, 9, 10, and 12 of Title 24 of the California Code of Regulations 2. The State Fire Marshal is proposing this regulatory action based on several health and safety code authorities, as well as government code sections, public education code, and public resources code. The State Fire Marshal is responsible for developing building standards to implement the state's fire and life safety policy. In its role as the Fire and Life Safety Standard Developing Agency, the State Fire Marshal continues to have existing activities and forums designed to facilitate compromise and consensus among the various stakeholders and groups involved in the development of the state's fire and life safety codes. State Fire Marshal collaborates with stakeholders, experts, public entities to develop regulations. The State Fire Marshal pre-rulemaking activities aim to involve early stakeholder in the decision-making process and seek their input, interests, concerns, and expertise. The State Fire Marshal maintains ongoing engagement and including monitoring, evaluating stakeholder satisfaction. We seek your approval for these packages that will be heard in the subsequent agenda items. Going to part 1, the administrative code. The general purpose of this proposed action is to update references in Title 24 to parts to include a new proposal to introduce Part 7, the California WUI Urban Interface Code, carry forward existing provisions with modification to include that new Part 7. So I ask for your approval.
Okay, this one may be going very quickly as well. This item is now open for committee discussion. For reference, please indicate the CAM number, section number, and name of the IET page that you wish to discuss. Any discussion on this particular item from the committee or questions for Crystal? Hearing no discussion from committee members on agenda item number 10. We're going to go ahead and remind the public who wish to speak on this item to put yourself into the queue now by using the raise hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, could you please check Zoom and then the phone for any commenters on agenda item number 10?
Bob?
Thank you. Bob Raymer, representing CBIA, BOMA, and the Apartment Association. And I truly don't mean to be non-controversial, but Fire Marshal's done a great job of moving forward into the new IBC, and we're supportive of their Part 2 adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raymer.
Next is Nate.
Hello, all again. And Crystal, please put me in my place where appropriate. I'm always following behind when it comes to keeping up with how things go procedurally. I do my best. I'd like to, I think, comment on item number 5 through 12, which covers sections 504.9.3. This is the document I'm looking at is the SFM 824 ISOR Part 7. Is that appropriate to comment on now, that document?
I don't believe that document is being heard in this agenda item, Mr. Oliver.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
There are no other hands for me, and no phones.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you for all for your public comments. Irina, were any written comments submitted to the committee prior to the meeting? And would you please summarize those? And are those representatives on the line?
So no comments were received for SFM proposal for part one.
Can you repeat that, Irina?
So
There
no
were none?
Yeah, no comments were submitted for this proposal for part one.
Very good. Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion, and I will entertain a motion on agenda item number 10, State Fire Marshal adoption of the administrative code.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this is a just item number 10, which is the admin code only, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, motion to approve.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Very good. I have a motion and a second by Mr. Dyson. It is moved and seconded to approve agenda item number 10 as submitted. Is there any further discussion regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this as well. Irina, please conduct a roll call vote.
Mark Blanchard,
Aye.
Ronnie Thomas,
Aye.
Gary Denger,
Aye.
Nathan Dyson,
Aye.
Risa Shaw,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Randall Metz.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous, motion carried.
Thank you very much, Irina. We're moving on to agenda item number 11. Office of the State Fire Marshal proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 edition of the California Building Code, Part 2, Title 24. State Fire Marshal representative, please introduce yourself and present the proposal for item number 11. As stated before, the State Fire Marshal has their commission action matrix table. Please indicate the CAM number and section name of the items being presented. Crystal?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. And again, good morning, committee members. Crystal Sujeski, Chief of Code Development for CAL FIRE, Office of the State Fire Marshal. Our specific purpose for our Part 2 is to repeal certain amendments to the 22 California Building Code or California Building Standards not addressed by the Model Code, adopt and implement additional necessary amendments for the 2025 California Building Code that address inadequacies in the 22 California Building Code as they pertain to California laws, and then to codify non-substantive editorial or formatting amendments. These actions are reasonably necessary to carry out the purpose for which it's proposed. The rationale for these actions can be found in the initial statement of reasons and are also establish the minimum requirements for fire prevention and protection of life and property against fire and panic in occupancies addressed in and published as the 2025 California Building Code. SFM further proposes to offer new amendments where necessary to ensure that the regulations of the California Building Code establish and maintain those minimum requirements for the prevention of fire and panic and the protection of life and property against fire and panic in any building or structure used or intended for use as defined in the Health and Safety Code references. And we did coordinate with OSHPD or HCI, and Chief of Fire Safety, Nancy Timmons, is available for comment on those items where we had coordination. Back to you, Chair, how you would like me to proceed.
Thank you, Crystal. Committee, on this one, we do have quite a few items where adjustments have been made. I don't necessarily know that we can take them all as one, but I think we can move through the items fairly quickly just to make sure that we've got any questions from committee members asked and answered on these agenda items. So I'm going to recommend that we move item by item through this particular agenda item so that we don't miss anything.
This is David Field. I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Field. With that, we're going to go and begin with item number 1. Do we have any questions from the committee on changes being made in item number 1?
Would it,
Okay.
I have a question on how we're doing this. Would it be possible to share what we're looking at on the screen so that we're all looking at the same, or is that not how this is conducted?
Unfortunately, no.
Not how this is conducted.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you should all have, and we're working down the CAM if you're looking that way. If you're looking at the detailed version of the amendments, so we're looking at all of the specific items in item number 1, which are changes of scope and administration from the State Fire Marshal's office to this particular section right here. So any questions regarding item number 1 changes from the committee?
Mr. Chair, this Sarkisian, if I may suggest just committee members, the way I work, next to the agenda, let's say we are right now, item 11, right? It states SFM 404-24. So we have our binder. I'm locating my 3 documents there, which is the commission action matrix and the terms and even justification there and rationale shown. All these documents I'm keeping on my screen and going. Of course, I did my homework before this, but at the time of voting and discussion, I have that in front of me, and I suggest all the committee members use this way instead of just sharing one screen for everyone. So some items you may have a question, you want to pay more attention and read extensively certain things, and some items you may just you are clear with that, you have no questions and move to others. This will be much faster and efficient way to do. So that's a suggestion for the rest of the group.
Thank you, Ara. Yeah, that's my recommendation as well. Hopefully you all were able to review the express terms and the eyesore, look at the changes being proposed. So that's why I was hopefully going to move quickly item by item and be able to answer any specific questions that committee members may have come up with during their research that they did. I have heard nothing so far on item number 1. My recommendation is to move on to item number 2. Definitions. Any issues or concerns, questions that they would like answered on item number 2?
Chair,
Yes.
Crystal from CAL FIRE Office of State Fire Marshal. If it is a pleasure of the committee members, I can give a brief synopsis of each item.
I appreciate that, Crystal. I wasn't going to make you do that unless we had committee members that specifically wanted additional information on an agenda item.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I will pose that question to the committee. Do you want the state agency representative to present in detail each one of the agenda items here? Or are you comfortable going down and commenting on those issues that you have already determined you have issues or questions on?
Yep, Mr. Chair, I think we just, the latter. I think we just go down the line until we have questions. Thank you.
I agree.
That works well for me and for the schedules. So,
Mr. Chair,
go ahead.
this is Kevin. Apologies.
Hi, Kevin.
Just a quick point of order. So it sounds like the committee is going to go through item by item, and when the committee has questions, they'll raise them in that item. Is the committee going to then go to the public at the end of this entire? Got it. Just want to make sure. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you very, very much, Kevin. Item number 3. Any questions regarding item number 3? If you do have questions, you'll have to jump in quick or I will move on to the next item. So not to disrespect anybody, but if it looks like somebody is talking and they're on mute, because I'm really not looking at everybody's face, if somebody can point that out to me as well, that would be great. Moving on, item number 4, special and detailed requirements based on occupancy and use. Any questions or concerns here? Hearing none, moving on to item number 5, chapter 5, building height and area. Hearing none, moving on to item 6, types of construction. Hearing no questions, moving on to item 7, fire and smoke protection features. Okay, hearing no discussion, item number 8, chapter 7A. Any questions from the committee? I know we will have a public commenter on this particular item right here. I will also note that chapter 7A for this purpose is being moved to a different agenda item in this recommendation right here. Hearing no discussion, item number 9, interior finishes. Any questions or concerns? Hearing none, moving on to item 10, fire protection and life safety systems. Any questions here? Okay, hearing none, I am going to ask Crystal if she could give an overview of item 10-10. Crystal, that's your 907-212 special amusement areas.
Okay, 10-10. item 10-10?
That's correct.
So 907 212 special amusement areas. SFM proposes to carry forward existing amendments, renumber these sections due to model code revisions in section 411. So these items
I'm most interested in information on repeal existing amendments from the 2022 CBC, as these items sections do not exist in 2024.
I don't have a good answer for you at this time. My eyesore simply says that we're carrying forward the existing amendments. And then it shows us striking out the model code sections. And I believe that because in the proposals at the I-code or at the ICC, the fire code for these sections was missed in the original proposal. But we thought that it was a good coordination effort to align them with the building code section 411.
Okay, that's the clarification I was looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Crystal. Any other questions on item number 10? Moving on to item number 11, means of egress.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I need to go back to 1010 again. So since Crystal had, if I may,
Yes.
I'm a little bit slow. So in model code, there's no such language. This was 22 California code language.
Right.
Not struck out from model code, it's struck out from the California building code. The way I read
Yeah.
that,
Yeah, I think that our ET and ISOR had pulled in the sections from the building code to correlate with what was done in section 411. And so we have California amendments that address the special amusement areas. So the I-code or the express terms here is what's reflected in the model code. I think in the building model code, not the fire model code.
so my understanding is that State Fire Marshal's office is comfortable removing alarm, system response, and the emergency voice alarm communication system requirements for special amusement areas. Just completely remove these requirements.
No, so what's not shown here is the California amendment that had been updated at the ICC code hearings. So you will still find those amendments. They're just not shown here in the express terms. But they will be printed because the proposal is to carry forward our existing amendments.
Okay, but when I'm reading the special amusement areas for your ISOR, it states that as these sections do not exist in 2024 IBC, if it was stating, let's say, these are covered some other areas, and on a model code was copying from California or taking from California, that happens sometimes when model code takes from California certain language and adopts, but ISOR doesn't clarify this for me. So I am not sure if these sections are covered in IBC. But again, this is State Fire Marshal's occupancy and State Fire Marshal's desire. If you really feel comfortable that replacing code section from requirements from regulations from one area, from one code section to other code section, if you are covered, I have no problem with this. Just for me to clarify, is it gone completely or it's still
It should not be gone completely, but you know, if the committee would recommend further study on this item, we will gladly make the ISOR more robust in terms of, you know, what the history and the section, with these section numbers, the intent. Because I agree that our ISOR is a little lacking of that detailed history on this this section. So
thank you.
So the way I'm understanding this, Crystal, is you're recommending that we repeal some state amendment language because it's now in model code. But I guess my confusing part is where, especially in the CAM, it talks about repealing existing amendments, and you give section numbers, and then it says, as these sections do not exist in 2024 IBC. So it's making it look like we're repealing language because it's now model code, but in the next sentence we state that it's not in model code.
right, yeah, we should definitely put this as a further study item, and State Fire Marshal will revisit the intent. So, you know, we can either withdraw this at a later time or, you know, make the reason statement more robust and accurate. Because you're right, as I'm looking at the CAM, the ISOR, and the express terms, there are inconsistencies in all three documents. So, yeah, we request further study on this item. Thank you for acknowledging that.
Thank you, Crystal. Any other questions on item number 10? Okay,
I think I have an answer for that.
do you have something else, Ara?
I think the same item. Looks like the International Building Code refers to 411, which is special uses, but I didn't have a chance to look at that. Crystal, maybe the answer to this will be in 411.3. Just for your information, but
we will definitely look at that. And I don't know if you guys are looking at the express terms, but special amusement area in the express terms is item 1012. But the CAM shows it as 1010.
This is Ronnie Thomas. I'd like to chime in, if I may, having read these sections and seeing how 907 has been, the 2.12 and the subsections of that have been moved into 411.3 as it is mirrored verbatim into 411.3. So we now have, as a code professional, specific requirements coming from chapter 4 that I feel are the governing sections as I read through the code, where 907.2.12 subsections 1 through 3, we would have had to dig in and go to the alarm section for. This is a positive change in my opinion. I do see where the committee is seeing confusion as the very last portion of that sentence, as these sections do not exist in the 2024 IBC, specifically talking about subsections 1 through 3. But those have been moved verbatim into 411.3. So while it is not the most clearly written amendment that I've seen, I think just a little bit of legwork does get you to the result I think that Crystal and the State Fire Marshal's office is intending for this section.
I agree. It's clear
Thank
to
you.
me now. I'm looking now the current IBC 411 24 IBC 411.3, 0.3.1, 0.2.3, and it's covered completely there. It's as a special detail requirements based on the occupancy and use. So it's covered there. So to me, Crystal, you don't need to do anything in addition to this because it's clear. Just that sentence was a little bit kicking us off, confusing. Like, where is this? It is already there, so it's covered. Thank you, Ron.
Yeah,
Thank you for the clarification.
we'll definitely take your comments and, you know, as a response to this, if you do vote on it as a further study, we will make the initial statement of reasons clearer.
I don't think there's a need, Crystal. It's just the way it was worded in the eyesore was confusing.
I concur. It's kind of how I'm reading it now, Crystal. So,
okay.
Any other questions on item number 10? Moving on to item number 11. Any questions or concerns with means of egress? Hearing none. Item 12, accessibility.
Did we talk about item 11? Sorry to go back. Item 11-11, two-way communications.
Item 11-2.
11-11.
11-11. Thank you. Crystal?
Yes, bringing it up now. 11-11 is two-way communications. This is a proposal that's currently going through the ICC Group A hearing process. And so it was discussed and voted on at the California Fire Alarm Advisory Committee to put forth as a proposal concurrently as it goes through the model code process. I do know that proposal did get disapproved in Orlando in April. And there is a public comment that many of our committee members have made changes to the language to help clarify the intent. So what you see here today, what was originally discussed and disapproved in Orlando, but will again be heard in October at committee action hearing 2 with public comment.
Crystal, was this item submitted with the State Fire Marshal's office as the proponent in Orlando?
No, it was only submitted by Joseph Cervantes through, I think, Space Age Technologies, but we did provide testimony and support as he is a member of the California Fire Alarm Advisory Committee.
Thank you. So this is an attempt to move the language into California code a cycle earlier than it would be in model code language.
Yes, that is the proposal. But we do know that there is another public comment, and it will be heard again in October in Long Beach at the second committee action hearings. So you know, it's really, yeah, just to put it in front of you, to get this in earlier than later, to get some feedback and discussion. It's been discussed at the Fire Alarm Advisory Committee as an important gap to fill in the codes for, you know, these areas of for the horizontal exit and for, you know, the refuge area, letting, you know, fire service or emergency responders know if somebody is stranded or in those areas, kind of in between the elevator, or if there's not an elevator. It's really an attempt to fill that gap, that safety gap.
Okay, if we're voting on it today, does it become part of the California CBC or not? If we're waiting for October?
So you are here to make recommendations, and then this will go out for 45-day public comment period. After that, then, you know, we will respond to any of those public comments, and then the commission hearing meetings, Kevin Day can take over the rest of that process.
So hypothetically, if this were to go to the Building Standards Commission and reach final approval for inclusion in our next California building code, it would be going in one cycle or 3 years earlier than it could be at the model code process. Does that explain or help, Mr. Dyson?
That is helpful, thank you.
Yeah, and I would anticipate that we would be getting a public comment based on the public comment that was just submitted to be heard in October.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And when she's talking about public comment, just for clarification, she's referring to the model code development process for public comment, not public comment for the California process that we're discussing right now.
Thank you for clarifying that. That did make sense. There's a comment to the ICC process for October. Okay.
Any additional questions on agenda item number, or sorry, item number 11 in agenda item number 11?
Mr. Chairman, this is Ronnie Thomas. I do
Yes,
have
Ron.
a couple questions about this for Crystal. I'd be interested in knowing if there's any written comments of why this proposal was disapproved previously in the Group A committee action hearings. And my concern is twofold on this one. Excuse me. In most modern buildings, the elevator landings are one of the areas with the lowest fire load. I'd like to know if there's any historical evidence we can point to stating that there is this critical safety gap, as is explained here. Understanding the low probability of a fire breaking out at the elevator landing. And in addition to that, what is different here between we'll say stairways that are unlocked in many buildings? That two-way communication was taken out of the code some time ago, from my understanding. And that was actually part of, again, from my understanding, the community that represents those that are have physical limitations. They wanted to be treated similarly to most individuals that are more able-bodied. And so requiring this additional safeguard, while I am mostly in agreement of this, I am cautious that this is putting an additional burden on building developers, designers, and those that are putting these buildings together, that may not necessarily be justified by the information that's providing here. particularly at horizontal exits where we are typically providing occupants with a 1 or 2 hour fire barrier to protect them from the smoke and fire. They have, in a horizontal exit, they are considered to have exited the fire area at that point. So I'm just curious. I don't quite see the justification as written in item 11-11 to justify this a code addition at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, so unfortunately, the ICC website is down because I was going to go to CDP Access, to find what the committee comments were for disapproval. But I think they are in line with what you just said, Mr. Thomas, that that this had already been addressed, that it's already in the code, that it's not needed, that there's redundancies. I think, your points were pretty much in line with what the committee at the ICC hearings in Orlando, Group A, all said. But the synopsis or summary of that is available on CDP Access, which is unfortunately not working for me right now.
It's not working for me either. I think at this point, I would recommend that we, and Mr. Chairman, please let me know what the order is for this. Perhaps this is something that we could look at in the amendments later down the road.
Yes, I've made note of this particular one. Once we work through the entirety, we can craft a motion. There's the possibility of making a recommendation to either flat out disapprove item 1111 or recommend it for further study if the committee so chooses. There may be additional information that Crystal can come up with that to justify. I don't personally recall how close this vote was by the committee, and if the public comments that are going to be entered will move this from a committee disapproval to a committee approval in Long Beach. So that can definitely be done. So I've got 1111 listed on my list here.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions or items on 11? Hearing none, we're going to move on to item number 12, which is accessibility. Any questions or concerns on item 12, a chapter that is not being recommended for adoption? Hearing none, item 13, interior environment. Any questions or concerns there? Moving on to item 14, energy efficiency. Another chapter that the State Fire Marshal does not adopt. Moving on to item 15, exterior walls. Hearing no discussion. Item 16, roof assemblies and rooftop structures. Questions or concerns? Item 17, structural design. State Fire Marshal is not recommending adoption. Item 18, special inspections and tests. Any questions here? Moving on to item 19. Soils, foundations, concrete, and aluminum. Hearing no issues. Item 20. Masonry. Hearing no questions. Item 21. Steel. Hearing no questions. Item 22. Wood. Hearing none. Item 23. Glass and glazing. Hearing no questions. Item 24, gypsum. State Fire Marshal does not recommend adopting chapter. Hearing none. Item 25, plastic. Hearing none. Item 26, electrical. Hearing none. Item 27, mechanical systems. Hearing none. Item 28, plumbing. State Fire Marshal does not adopt this chapter. Hearing none, moving on. Item 29, elevators and conveying systems.
Mr. Chair, this is Gary Dunger, committee member. Item number 29-3 has some language that just needs grammatical clearing up. It looks like the strikeout of hoistway opening protection made the sentence nonsensical. So that just needs some grammatical fixing.
Thank you, Mr. Dunger. Crystal? That would be 29-3.
That's section 3006.2.
That is correct.
So is there a recommended rewording, or because instead of listing all of the state occupancies, the AEH, basically we kind of just changed that to any state institution or other state owned or specified state occupied building. Is that where you're saying is the confusion, or is it
Where
all other buildings?
Buildings should have a period after it, and then hoistway opening protection should not be struck out. Otherwise, the sentence doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Okay, so that is a friendly amendment.
If that amendment was made, Mr. Dunger, would you be comfortable with the recommendation?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we can make that as a recommended friendly amendment to existing language and hopefully be able to move it forward without recommending it for further study.
Agreed.
Any other questions from committee members on that particular change? Hearing none, thank you, Mr. Dunger. Item 30, special construction. Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to item 31, encroachments into public right-of-way. Hearing no discussion, chapter 33, safeguards during construction, item number 32. Hearing none, item 33, reference standards. Hearing no questions on proposed reference standards, item 34, appendices. Any questions on appendices proposed for adoption? And finally, item number 35, Appendix I patio covers. Adopting partial sections. Hearing no additional questions, we have 1111 and 29.3 or 29-3 for a friendly amendment there. At this point in time, I'm going to move on to public comment on these items. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 11 to put yourself into the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, please check Zoom and then the phone for any commenters on anything in agenda item number 11.
Yes, first hand is going to be Mia.
Ms. Marvelli, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is Mia Marvelli. Good to see you all. I'm a supervisor over at the Building Standards Unit at OSHPD, which is the Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development. Thank you for this opportunity to chime in. I just want to support the code changes that Crystal and Jenna have put together. I also want to thank Crystal for coordinating with our office on several of the items before you. I would respectfully request that 2 items be withdrawn, and I can provide context if you like. Crystal, I'm sorry I have to do this at the meeting. I know there were some last minute emails going back and forth, but my request is to withdraw items 2-1 on the CAM, and that's the amendments to the definition of care suites. There's a couple of words that we wanted to add to care suites, and upon looking at it again, we realized that care suites is used for I2s, and we should probably not be mixing in the new occupancy class B for ambulatory care facilities. So that's one request we have. The other item is item 5-5 on the CAM, which is adding a footnote K to table 508.4, which is the required separation of occupancies. That footnote, we feel, and this is no reflection on the State Fire Marshal's amendments, the information we provided them, we think can be better clarified when we look at other code sections in the future. And so we respectfully ask that that footnote be withdrawn.
Thank you very much, Mia.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Mia, may I ask one more time to say the item numbers again?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's on the CAM, it's item number 2-1. That's also the eyesore and ET items, and that's the definition of care suites. The other item is item -5.5, I'm sorry. And that's table 508.4, required separation of occupancies. And that's footnote K.
Was there a third one or just those
Nope,
two?
just those two.
Okay, and committee, because of our coordination efforts with HCI Oshpod, we support those actions.
Mia, this is Mark. What's your recommendation for 2-1?
2-1, the recommendation is that it be withdrawn, so that what would stand is the model code language for the definition of care suites with no California amendments. Adopt straight model code.
Oh, that's different. Because care suite is a California amendment, and then we just further modified it.
Well, I apologize. I'm looking at the wrong, like, upright italicized. So it appears that, well, we won't, I'll get into that. But what we would request is that we withdraw the underlined or group B ambulatory care facilities, and we would withdraw and section 422. Because section 422 kind of stands on its own for the requirements for care suites, whereas the care suite, the intent is that it's for group I2 occupancies.
Mr. Chair, if I may, this is Aras Sarkisian. So care suite is a definition defined in IBC, actually. My understanding is that Ms. Marvelli is trying to assign this definition only to I2 occupancies. The California State Fire Marshal Amendment is added, has added B2, B occupancies there too. So, but care suite is a definition in IBC, and it's regulated in chapters 407. I believe there is a requirement for that.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well. Would it be better to Mia to recommend this for additional study to let you and Crystal get together rather than a straight withdrawal?
Sure, we can do that. Because at any time, the state agencies can withdraw if they decide to take it out. But yes, that's fine. Thank you.
And Crystal, are you comfortable with a straight withdrawal on 5-5?
Yes, because I mean, I would like to, have a conversation with Mia and her staff as to what their intent is, if they would like complete removal of the California amendment or just the modification to the California amendment, and we can surely provide the transparency as to what our intent is. So a further study on 2-1 would be appropriate.
Perfect. And 5.5 withdrawal is appropriate for you as well.
5.5 is just the footnote, and yes, withdrawing right now is fine. I think that one's very straightforward.
Very good. Thank you, Mia. Thank you, Crystal. Any additional public comments?
Yes, next here is gonna be Nate.
Mr. Oliver.
Hello, thank you for hearing me. If I have comments for item number 7, I guess in the new WUI code, I'm assuming I'll comment on them in agenda item 16, even though here in item number 2, it mentions that all provisions of chapter 7A will be moved. Is that assumption correct?
That would be correct.
Very good. Thank you.
There is no action being taken on those items in 7A here, other than recommending their relocation to chapter. Yep.
Ruby, thank you.
Any additional public commenters?
There are no more hands raised and no phone participants. No.
Very good. Thank you for your public comments. Irina, were any written comments submitted to the committee prior to this meeting? And would you please summarize them? And are those representatives on the line?
Yes, there were 3 written comments submitted for SFM Part 2. The 2 comments are from David Sikota for Chapter 9 proposal, and that is item 10 on CAM. So Mr. Sikota comment is against carrying forward existing SFM amendment in sections 907.2. 0.3.6.1 smoke detectors, section 907.2.3.6.2 hit detectors, and section 907.5.2.4 for group E schools about audible alarms. And the third comment is from Chris Kruger, probably butchered the name, from CCI, which are both consultants, to recommend revising SFM proposal for section 506.2.1, which is item 5-2 on CAM for single occupancy buildings. And the proposed revision is to reestablish the total area restrictions for buildings more than 2 stories above grade plane, and the prohibit tripling of floor areas as currently allowed in the 2022 seats and in the future 2025. So these are the comments.
Thank you, Irina. Has everybody had a chance to read those public comments that were submitted by Mr. Sikota?
Yes.
Yes.
Are there any questions? Anything we want to address? Is there an agreement? Do we want Crystal to respond to any of this?
This is Ronnie Thomas. I would appreciate if Crystal would respond to both Mr. Sikota as well as Mr. Brewers. But I guess we're addressing Mr. Sikota first here.
Yeah, I'm looking at Mr. Sikota's. I looked extensively at this when it first came out. Crystal, have you seen these written comments?
Yes, I have, and we will be responding to all these comments in our rulemaking package as it moves through the process. I'm not prepared right now to fully address the comments. but I will definitely be taking them into consideration.
Thank you, Crystal. Committee
Mr.
members?
Chairman, I would suggest that we also put these 3 items into the area of further study before voting on amending these or voting on approving these. Just as a point of order again, I'm not sure exactly what I should be, how I should be going about that formally, but in other words, I do agree with both Mr. Sakota and Mr. Brewer's points. I think they're valid, and I think the State Fire Marshal should have time to respond and provide us with additional information.
Do you want to take the comment from Mr. Sakota? His hand is up.
Mr. Sakota is on the line?
Yeah.
Very good. Mr. Sakota.
David, you're muted.
Yes, hello, yes, I am on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I submitted the comments. I am formerly with Jensen Hughes. I have been involved in the design, analysis, and inspection of alarm systems for public schools for the past 18 years. I've worked with State Fire Marshal on specifically Crystal and DSA Fire Life Safety on the one comment regarding the exterior audibles. And in my experience, these 2 items are specific only to California. They're not in the model code. The first comment regarding the exterior audible, I think I outlined my assessment of how it ended up being a California amendment. I think that should be pretty straightforward as an item that does not provide benefit to the public and should not be carried forward. The second item regarding the specific locations for automatic detection in public schools. Again, I don't think that the benefit to the public is worth the cost for that detection. Again, in my experience with Jensen Hughes, I can't tell you the number of school buildings that I've either designed, analyzed, or inspected where we're putting automatic detection in crawl spaces below buildings. And I certainly don't think that there's much value in that. What's interesting to me as I was preparing the written comments, that in other sections of the code where smoke detection is required, there's no distinction made regarding the combustible concealed spaces or above ceiling areas used for non-environmental air. So my question, in that it's inconsistent with other sections of the code. It's a conflict. At the very least, that section should be reworked for consistency with the remaining, with the other sections of the code, as I outlined in my written comment.
Thank you, Mr. Sakota. I'm trying to correlate your comments with the agenda item. So if we did choose to do
this is
something,
David
how
Field.
we would... Go ahead, Ara. Does somebody have a question?
No, I'm sorry. This is David Field. I'm curious as to what agenda item this is under.
Exactly.
And number 1 and number 2, this looks to me, at least one of them is code language that's already been approved. So I don't know that it's under our purview to really handle this. I mean,
that's my concern as well, Mr. Field.
Just because the code provision is, anyway, we can only look at things that are being specifically altered this particular for this upcoming particular code cycle. So I guess my question is for Crystal, are with the code changes that are being addressed by Mr. Seconda, are these all being are all these items existing in previous code, or has the state fire marshal recommended any changes to these?
No, there is no recommended changes. I guess the proposal is to carry forward existing amendments, which is part of the charging language for Chapter 9. We say, adopt new, repeal existing, some carry forward some, and modifications listed as these items below. So that would really be for BSC staff. Is this like an additional item number in item 10?
Yeah, so if you want to add those numbers, that would be additional number in the CAM. Because currently those provisions are existing in the code and they are not up for change. So yeah, they are part of general statement for item 10. So it's up to you if you want to consider adding them or.
So, I mean, obviously, we, the state agency, State Fire Marshal's Office, has a responsibility to respond to any of these public comments, and we will. But at this time, because these are existing amendments that have been vetted through stakeholder process, through other state agency, specifically DSA, we would not be proposing any action at this point without having vetted it through our stakeholders.
Thank you, Crystal. Yeah, my recommendation, since this is simply carrying forward existing language with no changes, that there's nothing for our committee to take a position on. There's no specific agenda item that we can correlate to the issue here. And we would be able to let Crystal and the State Fire Marshal's Office respond directly to the commenter outside of our approval process here.
This is David Scott. I have a comment. The specific agenda item is item number 9 in the ISOR submitted by the State Fire Marshal, and it's I will acknowledge that there is not a specific item on the matrix, but there is item number 9 is the it's not numbered. I guess it's 9 point.
Item 9.
Item 9. Yeah, to carry forward. There is an item, but yes, I will acknowledge that there's not a specific action item on the matrix.
Item 9 on the CAM is dealing with interior finishes.
It's item number 10 in the CAM. General statement for item 10.
So we're looking at 10-9?
No, it's just number 10. Because there is no specific sub-item for this, because that is a general kind of moving forward statement for the whole chapter. So there is no specific sub-item at the CAM created for that.
Perhaps this comment was taken out of order. My comment was made on agenda item number 13. Office of the State Fire Marshal adopt and amend the 2025 edition of the California Fire Code Part 9.
Okay, you're on the wrong agenda item, Mr. Sakota. We're on agenda item number 11 for adopting the California Building Code, not the Fire Code. And if you're speaking specifically to Fire Code language, which is duplicated in the Building Code, but that's where I don't think we're lining up on what we're viewing right now versus what you're referencing.
Yes, I understand. However, it was the facilitator that read that comment, and that's why I joined in. The facilitator read my written comment.
Understood.
And perhaps that's out of order. So if it is out of order, I understand, and my apologies.
It's a good question because it is listed as a comment to part 2. But this is language that is from fire code and carried over into building code. But I think since the language originates in fire code, that would be the best place to address that language.
So the comments as submitted were addressed for the building code, but yeah, I would say encourage David Sequoia to chime in at state fire at the fire code proposal also. So if the language is the same there.
Thank you, Irina. Any other public comments?
That the last of the public comment.
Thank you very much. We're going to close the public comment portion. Now it's time to try to figure out how to draft a motion for this one here. I will refresh the committee's memory. We do have 1111, which I believe was going to be recommended for further study. 29-3, which was a friendly amendment. 2-1 was a request for further study from HCI, and 5-5 for withdrawal. Is anybody brave enough to create a motion that speaks to approval and specific items here? If we
I'll
can't
do
do it, we can do separate motions. If we can't do this in a single motion.
Mr. Chair, just if I may, this is Ara Sarkison. There was another public comment on item 5-2 from Chris Pruer. I am not sure if Irina, we mentioned that.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring the committee's attention that there was this amendment makes big difference in the area and specifically building height limitations on buildings that are NFPA 13R sprinklered. I have no problem with this amendment. Just letting you know that this comment questions this amendment. Just if there are architects in a committee.
Yeah, I at this point, we've closed that process there, and Crystal will have to respond to that
directly. Yeah,
comment as well, the same way we talked prior to. So
Randy, this is David Field.
Go ahead, Mr. Field.
My recommendation, and I'm happy to submit a motion for this, is just to I will submit a motion to approve item 11 with the exception of the following items. That will be 2-1, 5.5, 11-11, and 29-3, which we can deal with individually later.
Perfect. Do I have a second on that motion there?
This is I'll second.
Very good. It's been moved and seconded to approve agenda item 11 with the exception of 2-1, 5-5, 11-11, and 29-3. Is there any further discussion regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this as well. Irina, please conduct a roll call vote.
Mark Blanchard,
Aye.
Ronnie Thomas,
Aye.
Gary Danger,
Aye.
Nathan Dyson,
Aye.
Teresa Shaw,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Randall Mack,
Aye.
unanimous and motion carried.
Thank you very much. Mr. Field, you want to take a stab at the next motion?
Sure. So let's see.
Let's start with 2-1.
Yeah, 2-1. My notes were that that was for further study.
So we'll look for a motion recommending further study, and if you can incorporate a reason.
Well, yeah, that would be, I would say that I would vote to recommend item 2-1 for further study based on criterion number 6.
Okay, I have a motion to recommend item 2-1 for further study based on criteria 6. Do I have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. I have a motion and a second for 2-1 for further study based on criteria 6. Is there any further discussion regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this as well. Irina, please conduct a roll call vote.
Mark Blanchard,
Aye.
Ronnie Thomas,
Aye.
Gary Danger,
Aye.
Nathan Dyson,
Aye.
Teresa Shaw,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye. Sorry.
Randall Mack,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Thank you very much, Irina. Moving on to, in fact, I don't even know, do we need to do a motion on something that has been withdrawn?
This is Kevin, Mr. Chair. Yeah, there's no motion that the committee can make to withdraw, but knowing that the State Fire Marshal's, heard HCI's comments and is in support of that, that could be a further study to further coordinate with HCI, similar to what you're going to do with the other item, related to HCI. So I think that would probably be the best recommendation for that particular item, if that makes sense.
That does make sense. Since we're going to look at 11 and 11 and 5-5, both for further study, can we get a single motion on those two items with a criterion number? And we'll combine a roll call vote on those two for further study.
Yep.
Looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would motion, but I'm having a tough time finding my documentation with the criteria numbers on them at the moment.
Anybody want to help Mr. Thomas out on criterion?
Just looking for criterion on further study based on any type of scientific evidence or other factual information. Studies and so forth.
You're muted, Mr. Field, if you're talking.
Sorry, I apologize. So I don't know if you're looking for criteria number 4, which is that the proposed building standard is not unreasonable, arbitrary, unfair, or capricious in part.
That's a good catch-all criteria that we use quite frequently there. So
very much appreciated, Mr. Field.
So, Mr. Thomas, you want to put a motion on 5.5 and 11.11?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to propose a motion on 5.5 and 11.11 out for further study based on criteria number 4.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second, Sarkson.
I have a motion and a second for item number 5.5 and 11.11 for further study based on criterion 4. Is there any further discussion regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Criterion members, our committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this as well. Irina, please conduct a roll call vote.
Mark Blanchard,
Aye.
Ronnie Thomas, Mr. Thomas,
Aye.
Gary Langer,
Aye.
Nathan Dyson,
Aye.
Chris Achior,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Thank you, Irina. And the last item in this particular agenda item, 29-3, there was a recommendation for a friendly amendment that was accepted by Ms. Sajeski. I'm going to go to Mr. Dunger on this one because I believe he was the one that made the amendment. If Gary, if you can give me a motion with your friendly amendment in the motion.
Put me on the spot, Randy. Thank you.
Sorry.
I move that, oops, I lost the spot in front of me, sorry. Give me a sec. I need to get the item in front of me again.
I know it involved a period and a
Yeah.
strike through.
Yes, it was section 3002. Okay, here we go. I move that on item 29-3, section 3006.2, have a friendly amendment to add a period after the word buildings and to remove the strikeout of the words hoistway opening protection in order to make the sentence sensical and have the grammar corrected.
Thank you, Gary. Do I have a second for that motion?
It's Mark, second.
Thank you.
Point of order, we need 9-point criteria for that.
Thank you.
Um, 9-point criteria, kind of using that catch-all from earlier, being capricious, the sentence would not be enforceable without this recommended change.
So you're going with criteria 4?
Sure. I don't have that in front of me either, sorry.
Thank you, Gary. I have a motion and a second for approval of 29-3 with a friendly amendment to add a period and remove strike-through language based on criterion 4. Is there any further discussion regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this as well. Irina, please conduct a roll call vote.
And for that, could you please clarify who seconded the motion?
I believe that was Mr. Blanchett.
Thank you. Okay. Mark Blanchett,
Aye.
Ronnie Thomas, Gary Danger,
Aye.
Nathan Dyson,
Aye.
Rita Shaw,
Aye.
David Gill,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Thank you very much, Irina. It
Just
is
real quick.
11:30. We've been going at this for 2.5 hours. We have not taken a break. Do we want to take a lunch break and a bio break at the same time and return? What's the pleasure of the committee?
Just real quick, was there an action made on 11-11?
Yes, 11-11 was included in the same motion as 5-5 for further study.
Oh, okay, very good. Sorry, I missed that. Thank you.
No problem. We've made great time. It is 11:30. Do we want to break now and come back at 12:30?
That sounds good, Mr. Chairman.
And before that, can we do one more motion, please? Because we need to have a motion for the whole item
That's
number.
correct. Thank you, Irina. I forgot about that one. We're gonna close the loop on all the actions we took on agenda item 11. Can I get a motion for approval of all actions taken on agenda item 11?
So
Move to this, Sarkisian, move to approve all the actions committee taken up to this point.
no, Chair will second.
And
Thank you, Ara.
Irina, you don't want to separate like state fire marshal from, so you want to all one bundle, right?
No, we're only dealing with the actions in agenda item 11. So because we broke this one up, we need to have a final
Yes.
motion for the entire agenda item.
Yes, I do move approve.
Okay, so I had a motion from Ara. I believe I had a second from Mr. Ochoa.
Yes.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this as well. Irina, please conduct a roll call vote.
Mark Blanchett,
Aye.
Ronnie Thomas,
Aye.
Gary Dunger,
Aye.
Nathan Dyson,
Aye.
Rita Shaw,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Very good. Thank you very much. We're going to break for lunch. We will resume at 12:30 with agenda item number 12.
Hey, this is Mark. Just a quick note. On the CAC website, under responsibilities, it has the 9 criteria.
Thank you, Mark.
Sure.
Okay, we'll see everybody back at 12:30.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. See you soon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Day.
12:35, Randy.
Welcome back, everybody. It is 12:30. Looking to see if I have all my committee members back. Irina, do you normally do a roll call after lunch, or do we just do a head count online?
You probably just get called.
Thank you. Looks like the only one I'm missing right now is Gary Dunger.
And I think we can start. And,
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and start and call the next agenda item. Gary can catch up when he gets here. I'm going to call agenda item 12, Office of the State Fire Marshal. Proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 edition of the California Residential Code, Part 2.5, Title 24. State Fire Marshal Representative, please introduce yourself and present the proposal for item 12. The State Fire Marshal has their commission action matrix table. Please indicate the CAM number and section name of the items you're presenting. Is this you, Crystal?
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Crystal Sujetski. I'm the Chief of Code Development and Analysis for CAL FIRE, Office of the State Fire Marshal. And so today I will present to you proposed regulations that will amend Part 2.5, the California Residential Code. The general purpose of this proposed action is to repeal the 22 model code, replace it with the 24 model code, adopt additional necessary amendments to the 25 California Residential Code, carry forward existing amendments to the 25 California Residential Code, and then codify any non-substantive editorial and formatting amendments. Let me go to my summary. So there will be a repealing of section R337, which is being relocated to the new proposed Part 7 California Wildland Urban Interface Code. And you will see that in item 3-20. I can go through the different chapters if you want. So kind of turning it back to you, Chair. It's how you want me to proceed.
Thank you, Crystal. What's the committee preference? This one is not as large as the building code, but we can take each item by item if that's the pleasure of the committee. If you already know you have questions on specific issues, we can definitely do that. I can run through each item individually. Anybody have a preference? Does anybody have any specific questions they already know they want to ask based on their review? If not, there's no sense taking that item by item.
I have no questions.
Neither do I, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Hearing no specific questions and no desire from any committee member to go item by item, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing at this time. I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 12 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raise hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 12.
First comment is going to be from Bob.
Yeah, thank you. This is Bob Raymer representing the California Building Industry Association, and we are in support of the Fire Marshal's adoption of Part 2.5 of the Residential Code. Recently, within in the last 2 hours, we've received a note from California Solar and Storage Association regarding Section 328. I'm not sure the fire marshal had planned on amending something there. And so to the extent there's somebody from Cal SSA that's going to explain that, that would be the only concern we have. But other than that, we're fine with the fire marshal's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raymer.
Next comment is from Michael.
Mr. Malinowski.
Thank you, Mike Malinowski from the American Institute of Architects, California, in support of this action by the State Fire Marshal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next comment is from Martin.
Mr. Hammer.
Good afternoon, Chairman. I want to, well, first of all, my name is Martin Hammer. I'm an architect, and I'm leading a team of testifiers regarding, actually regarding HCD's adoption and secondarily SFM's proposed adoption. There's a bit of a problem that I want to identify that we're struggling with. I spoke recently, in the last hour, with both with BFC staff, Tom Martin, and the executive director, Kevin Day. There was some confusion regarding us wanting to testify during the HCD proposed part 2.5, but we weren't able to. There was a confusion about the schedule and the order of the agenda. So we're in a bit of a bind here. Kevin Day suggested, and I hope you look into this, that we be allowed to give our testimony into the record or 3 appendices that are in the IRC that relate to both HCD and secondarily to SFM, but to allow us to do that in this part of the agenda. So I guess I'm stating a situation we have here and hoping you're amenable to this first before giving any specific testimony.
We're open to accepting testimony on the state fire marshal portion of that. The specific portion for HCD, that public hearing's already happened and the committee's already voted on that direction there.
Yeah, we understand that, and it's an unusual request and situation, and I'm really following the suggestion of that Kevin Day presented earlier as a means of rectifying to some degree what occurred.
And just to clarify, Mr. Chair, this is Kevin with Building Standards. I explained to Mr. Hammer that while HCD's Part 2.5 has already been heard and acted upon by the committee, He could request, to read his comments about that agenda item after the fact. It's at the pleasure of the committee and the chair. I know we're on SFM Part 2.5. Also clarified that Mr. Hammer's comments in writing were shared with the committee on that item. So again, it's up to the committee on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Day. Yeah, I see no issue with his comments being entered in at this point in time. I don't know that would create an expectation to revisit the vote and action of the committee on the previous agenda item.
Yeah, I explained that vote has already happened and can't be changed. Yes, he understands that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Hammer, the floor is yours for your comments.
Okay, and thank you, by the way, everyone. And not only my comments, but there are other members of our team. I don't know that we'll have all of them that we had planned, but some would presumably follow me and raise their hands accordingly.
All I ask is that we don't have repetitive comments.
Understood. We'll do our best. We'll do our best. And also, because I'm reading the testimony or a statement from at least one other individual, I don't know if you can give me some a little bit of space here that may go beyond the 4-minute typical 4-minute maximum. I'll put that out there. So first, I'll give my testimony. So as you know, my name is Martin Hammer. I'm an architect, licensed 35 years in California, and leader co-author of the following IRC appendices: BB, tiny houses; BI, light straw clay; BJ, straw bale construction; BK, cob construction or monolithic adobe; and BL, hemp lime construction or hempcrete. These 5 appendices received input from dozens of leading design and building practitioners in the US and sometimes other countries, and were approved in ICC's code development process. HCD has proposed to continue its adoption of Appendix BB, tiny houses, and BJ, straw bale construction for the 2025 CRC, which I and my many design and construction colleagues in California continue to appreciate. Even local building officials have expressed gratitude on several of my projects for the guidance the straw bale appendix provides them for plan check and inspection of straw bale buildings. This is the type of guidance I and my design and many design and building practitioners in California would like to equally be available for buildings using light straw clay, cob, and hemp lime construction, with statewide adoption of appendices BI, BK, and BL. We see no harm and only benefit with such adoption. It would remove a significant obstacle for use of these building systems in California. Adopting them, of course, does not require anyone to build with these materials and systems, only that they can. And importantly, that they must do so with the safe constraints of these appendices, all of which were approved by significant margins in ICC's process. As follows: Appendix BI with the 6-3 committee vote in 2013, Appendix BK, COB with a 92% ICC voting members in the public comment process in 2019, and Appendix BL, hemp lime with a 7-2 committee vote in 2022. I and my primary co-development colleagues, Anthony Dente, civil engineer, and David Eisenberg, said more in a written comment to the CAC last week. But I'll just, so you, I think, have seen those written comments already, and my colleagues may say a bit more, but they, all of them are seismically safe. The way they're written, they have higher resistance to fire. These systems, they're climate beneficial with low embodied carbon, and they ensure safe and proper use of these and other building systems that go along with every building project through plan check and inspections. They're low cost, locally sourced, rapidly renewable bio-based materials, and and approving these appendices for statewide adoption with statewide adoption would remove impediments to greater use of these systems. So that's, of course, I know it's an unusual circumstance, but certainly I and my colleagues continue to urge the CAC, but primarily the authorized agency to adopt these 3 appendices for statewide use. And if I can, I do want to read at least one short statement from relating directly to the fire issue with one of the appendices. This is from David Rich, PhD and founding principal and building a fire safety system scientist at REACS Engineering and a lecturer at UC Berkeley and Cal Poly. Reading his statement, I support the adoption of IRC Appendix BK Cobb construction into the 2025 CRC. In 2019, I testified in support of the original ICC proposal due to substantial evidence of Cobb's fire resistance from related international tests and performance in Australian bushfires. Subsequently, 2 2-hour ASTM E119 tests were successfully conducted in Texas, further solidifying my confidence in Cobb's fire-resistant qualities and with an appropriate 2-hour fire resistance rating now in Appendix BK. Given Cobb's significant resistance to fire and increasing frequency and intensity of wildfires in California, I strongly support statewide adoption of Appendix BK in the 2025 CRC to give Californians another means to create fire-resistant buildings. And this is Martin Hammer now talking. I know that SFM is proposing to adopt the fire resistance section of Appendix BL, hemp lime, which we appreciate, but not at the moment, not Appendix BK or Appendix BI. So we're urging adoption from SFM, those sections of those 2 appendices as well. And without pushing too far here, I do have another statement from a fire protection engineer who has a lot of experience in California, although he's now in Colorado, Nick Bartlett, who endorses the adoption of Appendix BK and the others, that BI and BL as well, both for SFM and HCD. So it's a longer statement. So again, I don't want to push my bounds too far here, but
yeah, you're running out of time. So let's.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate what you've granted me so far. I appreciate that. So maybe I'll stop there and let some of my other colleagues speak if they raise their hand.
Thank you, Mr. Hammer.
My next comment is going to be from Anthony.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you. My name is Anthony Dente, civil engineer representing Verdant Structural Engineers. I'm the principal and CEO at Verdant Structural Engineers and the vice president of the Cobb Research Institute. And for 16 years, I've conducted structural engineering design in residential and commercial buildings in California and across the country, often in high seismic zones. I was the lead engineer for both IRC appendices, BK on Cobb construction, monolithic adobe, and BL on hemp lime construction, hempcrete. And I've engineered structures using Appendix BI with light straw clay construction as well. Martin represented the high performance these materials demonstrate in fire conditions. Cobb, for example, is a material that's been used traditionally to build chimneys and other fire containing elements. I was able to witness and be part of the ASTM E119 on Cobb construction, the series of tests that was conducted, 2-hour fire rating, and on the inside raised to 2,000 degrees as required. The outside face of the wall over 2 hours changed less than 5 degrees, which was less than the floor slab of the plant that day, just to demonstrate. how high a performance we're talking about with these buildings. And I know that hemp lime is getting the thumbs up from the fire marshal, and we appreciate that a lot. And I just wanted to share that in Pennsylvania today, they conducted some of the series of ASTM E119s on hempcrete construction, and were successful with the 2-hour fire rating on those systems as well, furthering the data for that system. These appendices are limited prescriptively to 1-story structures in seismic design categories A, B, and C, and A and B for townhouses, with engineered design required for seismic design category D. But this limitation does not represent that it is unsafe to build with these materials in seismic design category D. As we all know, prescriptive pre-engineered codes require more conservative approaches by nature. And this is reflected in the availability of the lateral systems in that code, in the CRC. There are multiple CBC compliant lateral systems that can be engineered with these structures that are not appropriate in the CRC, such as moment frames, brace frames, proprietary strong wall hardy frame systems, and others. I oversaw the Cobb monolithic adobe full-scale in-plane reverse cyclic tests and out-of-plane tests conducted at Santa Clara University with Dr. Tonya Nielsen and Cal Polytechnics University with Dr. Dan Jansen, as many other small-scale tests through the years. And for the Cobb appendix, in the ICC IRC committee expressed no concerns about the proposal's structural provisions in their spoken word and written comments. Committee member Ann Anderson, structural engineer, made the following statement during the hearings: "I am really impressed with all of the coordinated effort between everybody, and I love to see all the structural engineers on board, especially seismic, to address lateral concerns. This gives me a lot of confidence in the structural capacity of this." And my office has engineered over 300 buildings with alternative natural building wall systems. Until a few years ago, these had limited code compliance options, and these include straw bale, rammed earth, hempcrete, and others. From my experience, when a wall system does not have a clear and accessible path to permitting, and the owners choose to build without a permit, there are often structural safety issues that go far beyond the wall system themselves and include structural aspects from roof to foundation. And it might be worth noting for context that our national government is really focusing on these biogenic and low carbon storing wall systems. I'm working with both the EPA and the DOE on grant proposals and other programs that they're trying to push the forwarding of these materials for the benefit of the environment and carbon storing systems. And I thank you for all your time and encourage your support in any way you can in helping these proposals, these appendices, become available to Californians statewide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is David.
Mr. Eisenberg.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing us to do this. My name is David Eisenberg. I'm the co-founder and executive director of the Nonprofit Development Center for Appropriate Technology. I was a builder prior to that. I've been involved with building codes and standards for nearly 3 decades, having co-authored the first load-bearing straw bale code for Tucson and Pima County, Arizona in 1995. I was also the vice chair of the first ASTM subcommittee on sustainability for buildings, where I led the task group that developed ASTM E2392, standard guide for the design of earthen wall building systems. I founded the U.S. Green Building Council Building Codes Committee and chaired it for 9 years. I was also involved with the development of the 5 IRC appendices: tiny houses, straw bale, light straw clay, cob, and hemp lime construction. There are obvious benefits to the much simplified permitting process for those wanting to build with these systems when they're in the code, as well as reduce burdens on building department staff when such well-vetted alternative systems are included in their adopted codes. There are also clear environmental and low carbon and embodied carbon benefits of using bio-based regionally produced materials. I'm going to just talk more about fire safety and fire resistance benefits. Cobb construction in the IRC has a 2-hour fire resistance rating based on that successful ASTM E119 full scale test with hose stream test. And one of the benefits of cob as well as both hemp, lime, and light straw clay is their greater fire resistance reduces potential fire spread from building to building, as well as reducing their contribution to fire fuel loads, as more conventional building systems do. Both hemp, lime, and light straw clay have very good fire resistance performance based on the way their lime or clay binders encapsulate and protect their constituent hemp or straw, combined with their required plaster finishes. For hemp lime, because there wasn't an NASTM test, we didn't include a fire resistance rating in the IRC appendix, though in early 2023, a hemp lime assembly passed a NASTM E119 small scale fire test to gain approval for a mixed use project in Oregon. One impressive thing to know is that hemp lime has also passed the E84 flame spread and smoke develop test with both flame spread and smoke develop ratings of 0. So no flame spread or smoke develop. And so, you know, as wildfires become more widespread and frequent, it makes sense to facilitate the availability of these building systems that perform well in fires. Clearly, we think statewide adoption of the appendices will serve the interests of the state and its citizens, and we urge adoption. And we hope that we can make our case again, I guess, through the public comment period. But we do appreciate your willingness to hear our testimony now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next is USHBA.
That's me. My name is Jean Lotus. I'm the secretary of the U.S. Hemp Building Association, which is USHBA. I'm also director of the Natural Building Alliance, which is centered here in Colorado. I'm speaking on behalf of both organizations. Last week, I submitted written comments to the Code Advisory Committee to encourage adoption of IRC Appendix BL, Hemp Lime Construction, commonly known as Hempcrete, for the 2025 CRC. I want to highlight and add to those comments in my testimony. This new IRC appendix had input from over 18 design and building professionals experienced with hemp lime construction in the US and Canada. It was approved 7-2 by the IRC committee vote at the ICC committee hearings in 2022. Statewide adoption of this appendix in California is vital for both the proper use of this new and versatile building system and to support this new industry in California and really the rest of the country, because so many of US building departments look to California for leadership. Through the hemp lime material, and though the hemp lime material and system originated in France to protect and insulate historical wood frame structures and in the 1980s, and has enjoyed decades of successful use there in the UK and in the UK. It only recently migrated to North America, first to Canada, then the US, which in 2018 followed Canada's legalization of agricultural hemp necessary for the hemp lime construction industry to flourish. With the inclusion of Appendix BL in the 2024 IRC, the hemp lime industry in the US is poised to do just that, but it needs state and local adoption of Appendix BL to succeed. As a wood frame insulation infill material and a plaster substrate, hemp lime has great potential in the US with its enormous stock of existing and new wood frame buildings to enjoy the benefits hemp lime offers. These include mold resistance, high vapor permeability, fire resistance, excellent moisture management and carbon sequestration, and low carbon emissions. Beautiful hemp lime buildings, residential, commercial, and institutional, have been successfully built in the US, but often with permit challenges. Adoption of Appendix BL would remove this significant obstacle in California and lead the way for other states to follow. Subsequent to these hearings, I'm happy to provide the reason statement that accompanied the ICC code proposal for Appendix BL to the appropriate California state agencies. It provides excellent photographs and other information that helped result in the appendix's overwhelming approval vote by the IRC Code Committee. I urge statewide adoption of this well-developed and much-needed appendix for the 2025 CRC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Jonathan.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Mamel. We're
Hi.
looking for additional information.
Yes, additional information. I'm a builder. I'm located in Point Reyes, California. My aim is to bring natural materials to the people of California, together with the workforce and the supply chain. I've worked with hemp lime for the past few years, and I have a longer history working with straw clay construction. It shocked me that these methods of construction that date into antiquity are all but it's extremely difficult for owners to permit a building using these materials. And when you look at the benefits that they offer, I have an experience as a father needing to make a difficult decision to move my family out of a house that had toxic mold. And I don't think I'm the only one. The housing stock in California is filled with conventional built construction that if these buildings were constructed with these healthy materials that bring such benefits, mold resistance, rot resistance, as long as you protect them from the weather, they'll live onward for hundreds of years. The conventional built buildings, they often need to be renovated within a period of 20 to 40 years. So yeah, I strongly urge the adoption. It'll be a great thing for the people of California. I've looked through, in reference to the section 18930, the criteria for adopting a new building code standard. I can't see why any of these, the light straw clay, hemp lime, or monolithic adobe would come short of passing any of these. The ICC codes, the appendices that have been written are fantastic, and I back up my colleagues on their statements about adoption. So I appreciate the time. I strongly urge that we can move California housing and buildings in a positive direction for the environment, for our health, and the public interest.
Thank you very much.
Next is David.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Harkin, we're looking for additional supporting information.
Understood. Good afternoon. David Arkin, AIA. I've been an architect here in California for over 20 years. Served 10 years as the director of the California Straw Building Association, and also currently serve as a co-chair of the American Institute of Architects National Committee, the 2030 Commitment Working Group, targeting decarbonizing the built environment by the year 2030. And I'll note that the AIA has recently turned its focus to building materials and specifically climate health. And I think all of the items under discussion here represent the entire building and design and engineering industries look to bio-based resources as a key to our solving global climate change. Anthony already mentioned the Department of Energy's call for grants, including a focus on hemp and bamboo and straw as rapidly renewable resources that have the greatest potential for addressing climate change. I'll also note that the United Nations, in their global ABC addressing building decarbonization, in a three-step process, identified a shift to bio-based materials as key to buildings being part of a climate solution. So in mentioning all of these, I just want to add some greater context to where our built environment and the industry is headed. Lastly, I'll note that we as architects have greatly benefited from the addition of straw bale construction and light straw clay into the CRC, and we've been able to reference that for non-residential buildings, and building officials have recognized the ICC's work in vetting these materials and the benefits they have. And last thing I'll say is, as a fire victim ourselves, we are rebuilding with straw bale construction and an Adobe clay plaster over the top of that, because we personally recognize it's one of the most fire resistant systems that we can be using. So appreciate your time, taking extra time to hear us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Nick.
Mr. Bartlett?
Yes, hi. I'll keep this short and sweet. I know we're on a time limit. My name's Nick Bartlett. I'm representing myself, currently the fire marshal at National Renewable Energy Lab in Colorado, and I've worked at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory as a senior fire protection engineer, and I'm licensed in 4 states, including California, and I'm a technical member of NFPA 1140. All I wanted to say was 2 things. One, I participated in the design of and the review of the ASTM E119 fire tests for this material. And I obviously I'm here to advocate on their behalf. And if I had the choice of building a home in a WUI using some of the materials that are currently allowed, such as fire-treated wood, I would definitely use cob and other materials, hands down. And that's all I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. This is Bob Raymer, representing CBIA. I don't have an issue at all with straw bale construction and other innovative products. But there's an administrative process here, and something seems to have run afoul. If you look back about 3-4 years ago, Gary Klein, who's been long advising the Energy Commission on water conservation, he really wanted to see Appendix M from the plumbing code put into the state books. He petitioned HCD to do that. He then went out and got support from various associations, including CBIA and CalBO. We then worked with HCD to make sure everything was working well, and then HCD submitted that as part of their intervening code cycle change. It went through the process, ultimately went to the Green Building Code Advisory Committee and the Plumbing and Mechanical Committee, and was approved. However, what's being discussed today has not gone through that process. The problem I have is that the general public hasn't had a chance to chime in on this in any of the pre-workshops that have taken place. And so while I definitely support these products and their use in residential construction, the fact here is the general public has no idea this is being discussed today. And that in and of itself is a bit of a problem. I would strongly urge the proponents here to basically petition the state fire marshal and the Department of Housing, just as we did with water conservation, to effectively look at adopting these appendix chapters and move forward during the intervening cycle. Because right now I'm at a loss as to what the committee could do here. Anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Next is Heather.
Ms. Larson.
Hi, thank you. And apologies for the procedural confusion here, but my name's Heather Larson. I'm a program manager on the built environment team at Stop Waste. Stop Waste is a joint powers agency of Alameda County and its 14 cities. We work with our jurisdictions and other partners towards innovation in the Bay Area construction sector. Our agency is supporting the proliferation of bio-based material strategies because we recognize the benefits of bio-based materials towards achieving multiple objectives, including lowered embodied carbon, circular economic strategies by reusing agricultural waste products, and improve environmental and human health from less toxic building materials. We do encourage HCD to consider and adopt the appendices for natural building materials, including hemp building, cob construction, and light straw clay, which have been vetted through the ICC process. This will help to provide a clear path for permitting of these technologies statewide. Adoption of these appendices will help to standardize use of natural building materials and remove barriers to adoption by project teams and our local jurisdictions. Thank you for your consideration today.
Thank you.
Next is Alex.
Mr. Sexsmith?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. We're looking
Hi.
for additional information, new information brought to the
Sure.
group here.
Understood, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Alexander Sexsmith. I'm a licensed architect in the state of California and 4 other states. I'm LEED certified, and my origin story around hempcrete or hemp lime is having dealt with black mold from a water-damaged home. It's been years of research that I've put into this since 2017, and most of the things that people have said previously have already been were things that I was going to say. But I would like to add that in 2023, the State Board of Architects began requiring 5 hours of zero net carbon design CEUs in recognition of the importance of this facet of design. And further, that the California Natural Resources Agency recognizes the importance of nature-based solutions in its climate-smart policies. And many of us, whether straw bale or hemp lime, see these 2 issues, climate smart and bio-based, as inseparable. So I hope we have further opportunities to speak about this in the future. My understanding is that typically there are workshops that I was not aware of and would look forward to being a participant in, and hope you strongly consider adoption of the Appendix BL and the other appendices before you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Aaron.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm a building contractor in Northern California, and we build high performance residential construction. First, I wanted to ask if it would be possible to have Mr. Hammer or Mr. David respond to Bob Eisener's comments about the process. I believe the process, I think we did follow the appropriate process for getting these appendices up for adoption. So if that's possible, that would be great. Not to cover any stuff that has already.
This is your opportunity to provide new information. We're not going to respond to individual commenters during the public comment period. That's not appropriate.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you very much. As I mentioned, I think that we have applied for the appropriate adoption protocols. So the only new information that I would have that I'd like to offer, that I think that a lot of these bio-based building materials have 2nd and 3rd order beneficial effects for the state of California and our economy. So a lot of my colleagues have already talked about the attributes from technical standpoint, but I think that for the broader agricultural industry, they have a lot of 2nd and 3rd order effects for reducing pesticide use, land and soil reclamation and rehabilitation. It's renewable and locally sourced materials and increased economic activity. So I think that it's quite beneficial from a construction practitioner standpoint to have this stuff adopted for our state's economic vibrancy. And with that, I will pass it back. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is David.
So Mr. Eisenberg has already provided public comment, so this is round 2 for him.
I just want to say that there were no public workshops for these, for HCD, for the residential code process this year. And we started last year trying to make sure that we had an opportunity to present information into this process ahead of time. And it ended up that the only opportunity that there was this hearing. And other than our our written comments, but there was a lot of information that, we have no idea what the basis of HCD's decisions to not adopt these. There's no information coming to us or an opportunity to address their concerns. And so our concern is we have been trying since last year to get in this process at the appropriate time, in the appropriate way, and that's not happened. And so that's a great frustration to us. And we didn't understand that all of HCD's package would be dealt with basically together and just passed, so that we missed the opportunity. We recognize that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any additional speakers?
The last commenter is Martin.
Mr. Hammer has already spoken as well.
Okay.
Do we allow people to speak multiple times, Mr. Day?
Well, Chair, this is Martin. If you can hear me, simply
I'm looking for information from CBSC to find out if people have multiple abilities to have time.
Mr. Chair, this is Kevin. It's at the pleasure of the committee. Stoyan, did you want to add to that, or?
Yeah, but it shouldn't be something typical, because we don't want to get into arguments and repeating the same comment over and over again.
That's correct. We've heard a lot of comments. We understand where everybody's coming from, and unless there is new additional information specific to the technical consideration of this product for the State Fire Marshal to hear, I don't want to go back and rehash information that's already been discussed. Hearing none.
Well, Mr. Metz, can you hear me? This is Martin.
I hear you, Mr. Hammer, and again, you've already spoke for more than 4 minutes on the issue right here. So we understand where everybody's coming from on your desire.
No, yes, I just clearly want to rebut the statement made by Mr. Raymer.
We don't rebut other public comments.
Okay.
This is not a opportunity for you to have a rebuttal and a re-rebuttal like at a code hearing.
All right. I was told that was by BSC staff that was possible, but I'll accept your decision.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments or any written comments that weren't already
Can I check with the
provided?
Real quick before we move to written comments? Sorry.
Pardon me?
Did you want me to check the phone before we move to written
Yes.
comments? Okay, we do have one phone participant. If they would like to make a comment, you have the floor.
Sure.
I guess they don't want to speak, so we can move to written comments.
Thank you. Do we have any written comments submitted other than the people that already spoke to their comments today?
Yes, we received one written comment for SFM Part 2.5 proposal from California Solar and Storage Association. So the association recommends revising SFM proposal for section 330.7 fire detection. That was formerly section 328.7, which is item 317 in the CAM. The association recommends replacing existing amendments and model code language with new amendments to provide contractors and authority having jurisdictions with greater flexibility to meet the fire detection requirements related to ESS installations. That's the only comment.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I do want to go back, since Crystal is still here. I do have a question. Crystal, is there, I know the state is not recommending adoption through the state fire marshal's office for these appendices right here. Is there anything that would prohibit a local jurisdiction from adopting the appendices to allow this type of construction at the local level if they so chose during their local adoption process?
Yeah, absolutely not. And they are still printed. So when there are national recognized standards printed, they're always open for use for those design options.
Thank you. And for further clarification, the state fire marshal adoption process would simply be for construction on SRA land using these methods, correct?
SFM's authority would be for any fire considerations with these materials. So similar to the other appendices that we have selected sections that we carve out based on our authority. So again, you know, that is an HCD discussion, and I don't know at this time. I'm not going to speak for them, but it might be something they could look for in the intervening or in the future. I don't know.
So the adoption of these appendices would more appropriately come from HCD first rather than State Fire Marshal's office, since HCD is the main regulatory agency over construction of single family homes that the residential code covers, correct?
Yes, correct. And again, we would look at the fire considerations for those materials as something that we can entertain, but we didn't for this cycle.
Very good. Thank you for that additional information. Committee, I'm looking for a motion on agenda item number 12.
This is David Field. I will move to approve as submitted item 12.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Ochoa will second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second to adopt as submitted item number 12. Is there any further discussion regarding this motion?
I do have a question, and I don't know if this is the right process, but
Mr. Dyson, it's the right process for you.
thank you, sir. So we're looking at, is it item 14 for these appendices that were not adopted by the state fire marshal? Within item 12, I'm just looking at where the straw bale sections land.
Be correct, yes.
Okay.
Specifically 14.6 and 14.9.
Okay. Would it be, similar to what we've looked at on a couple other items on the agenda earlier in the day? Would the state fire marshal entertain reviewing these further?
Well, we do have a motion and a second on the floor. I think it was clearly identified in the State Fire Marshal's testimony that the driver on this should be HCD on studying rather than State Fire Marshal's office.
Okay, and for the people that called in and commented, where should they now turn? If it's not for us to, if we adopt this and move forward, it's not happening here, where would they go? Just, and maybe that just helps me understand what we're doing here.
I think, you know, as was pointed out by Mr. Raymer, there is a process where they would be starting with HCD to get this approved so that the State Fire Marshal's office that could then comment on the flammability related issues regarding the construction material.
Thank you. That's all from me.
Any additional discussion on the motion presented? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed, please indicate by saying no. If abstaining, please state this as well. Irina, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Mark Blanchard,
Aye.
Ronnie Thomas,
Aye.
Gary Danger,
Aye.
Nathan Dyson,
Aye.
Risa Shore,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Thank you. Next agenda item is number 13. Office of the State Fire Marshal, proposed adoption to the 2025 edition of the California Fire Code, Part 9, Title 24. State Fire Marshal representative, please introduce yourself and present the proposal for item 13. State Fire Marshal has their commission matrix table, action matrix table. Please indicate the CAM number, section number, and section name of the items presented. This is a very long one. I will let Crystal do her summary presentation, and we will likely be going item by item on this one due to the depth and complexity of a lot of what we're doing in the fire code, just for my fellow committee members.
Okay, thank you very much. Crystal Sujeski with CAL FIRE, Office of the State Fire Marshal, Chief of Code Development and Analysis. We have here a proposal to adopt the 2025 California Fire Code, repeal certain amendments from the 21 International Fire Code, and bring forth the 2024 Model Code, adopt and implement additional necessary amendments to the 2025 Fire Code, and then carry forward existing amendments, and then codify and for non-substantial editorial and formatting amendments to the 2025 Fire Code. Specifically, there is an additional repealing and relocating Chapter 49 to the new proposed Part 7 California Wildland Urban Interface Code. Without going through chapter by chapter now, I'll turn it back to you, Chair, for further direction.
Thank you, Crystal. I think we knew this was going to be the way we went with fire code here. So we're going to go item by item and let committee members ask questions as we work through this. Starting with item number 1, scope and administration. Any issues or concerns with proposed scope and administration? Hearing none, we're going to go to item number 2, chapter definitions. There is quite a lot here on adopting some new definitions. Committee questions?
So I'll just point out and say here that we are attempting to stay current and relevant with energy storage systems and batteries. And there are several proposals that are currently being heard for the 2027 with more advances to technology in that space. We've attempted to bring in those amendments to these definitions, as well as the sections that correspond with those battery types. So that's really what you're seeing in terms of like the new in the definitions.
And Crystal, these new definitions that we're referencing here, these are definitions that are coming out of either model code proposal or national stakeholder development groups where the definitions are not California specific.
Absolutely. Yeah, these are nationally vetted through either an NFPA 855 or the ICC FCAC committee proposals that have been approved at the Orlando hearings. And again, with the advancements in this technology space, our stakeholders are really looking to us as the to get these into the code sooner than 2027, which would be our 28 code here in California.
And I do see a couple areas where we are replacing some California specific definitions with now model code definitions as the model code's caught up with California in certain areas.
Yes. That is the case because we have again tried to stay current and relevant and adopting early the 24 fire code in our previous edition. So now those can be repealed and replaced.
Thank you. Any additional questions for Crystal regarding item number 2? Okay, hearing none, we'll go on to item number 3, general requirements.
Hey, Randy, this is Mark. Just a quick thing I caught back on item 2-3 was the definition of care suite, which we sent back for further discussion already. So just flag that.
Yeah, that's a good catch.
Thank you, Mark. So care suite, I'll got that here. 2-3. Very good. Moving back to item 3. Any specific questions regarding changes to chapter 3 of the fire code? I'll give you all a minute. There's quite a few items there. Hearing none, I'll go on to item number 4, emergency planning and preparedness. That looks like a repeal of language to adopt model code language. Item 5, fire service features. Any questions on item 5? Hearing none. Item 6, building services and systems. Simply carrying forward existing amendments without modification. Item 7, smoke and fire protection features. Same, carry forward without modification. And the same with item 8. No modifications, simply carry forward with model code language. Moving on to item 9. Fire protection and life safety systems. Questions, comments, concerns?
Randy, this is Gary Dunger.
Go ahead, Gary.
I'd like to learn more about item, see, as soon as I click that, it disappears. Item 9-11, where there seems to be a departure from allowing longer hose distances for sprinkler buildings. This seems to be a significant reduction in previous code provisions.
Crystal, 9-11, location of class 1 stamp pipe connections.
Yeah, this was recognized as a misprint. It was a existing California amendment, and it was brought to our attention. We had it on a suspense log, and so we are trying to correct that printing error.
So this is the language that was adopted and accepted by Building Standards Commission, and a printing error printed erroneous information as it relates to what BSC adopted previously.
Right.
So is it the intent then to limit hose length to 150 foot in all buildings, whether it's sprinkler or not?
Yes.
Okay, that's a big change.
Was that
Well, it
only
was-
in the previous past
Yeah.
cycle, or has that been a historical?
No, it's an existing amendment that we've always had, and like I said, and it was misprinted. So yeah, it does appear like it's a new amendment, but it really was existing amendment.
I guess my question, Crystal, is how many cycles has that misprint been in publication?
I don't have that number in front of me, but I would say it was just the last cycle because it was brought to our attention as a correction for this cycle since we weren't able to do it as an errata.
Thank you. You have any additional questions or information needed, Gary, on that one?
No, thank you.
This is Ronnie Thomas. I have a point of clarification. I'm curious, this is a pointed question for Crystal. The requirements for NFP 14 are actually more conservative than the 150 feet, and they do apply to some projects that we've had here in California. Is there the intent of the state fire marshal to Because we've done that quite a bit, or you have, and your agency has done that quite a bit to align with the NFPA standards when there's more specific criteria available. Excuse me, is there any motivation to go to the 130-foot distance in NFPA 14? Because that is a source of confusion sometimes.
That hasn't been a topic of discussion with our stakeholders. So at this time, there is no intention to reduce the 150 to 130.
Okay. I just thought it might better align with the 2 hose lengths and 30-foot throw that we typically think about, for our first responders. I'll talk to you offline. That's getting into a bit of a sidebar, but thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions or comments in item 9? Hearing none, we'll move on to chapter 10. Item 10, means of egress. And all this language is duplicated into building code on your adoption, correct, Crystal?
Yes, everything is consistent. I think that there is that two-way communication.
That's the one I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, so that is, you'd probably want to take the same action as further study. I have it as 10-9. Is that what you have?
That's what I have it as.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, do you need me to go through the recommendation again on that?
We'll do that when we get to actually making a motion. So we've made notice that 10-9 would be another further study item to be consistent with what we did in the adoption of the building code for them.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or concerns on item 10? Moving on to item 11, construction requirements for existing buildings. Okay, hearing none. Moving on to item 12, energy systems. This is another area where we did early adoption in the last cycle, and it looks like the state is recommending purging or amendment and replacing with straight model code language.
Yes, absolutely. We did that. And then in this case, this section, we have not moved forward any of the 27 or the 2027 proposals because those are still being analyzed. We did coordinate and adopt NFPA 855, but some of the 27 proposals remove a lot of this, a lot of the regulation or provisions that are currently here. So I'm not sure what the end product is going to look like. So that's one of the reasons why we didn't move forward in that regard for chapter 12.
Is that something you would consider bringing back in an intervening code cycle?
Yeah, we can look at it, but there were so many discussions, and some were approved, some were disapproved at the Orlando hearings that we're not confident of repealing a lot of section 1207 and just referring to 855 without additional analysis.
Thank you. Any other questions on chapter 12? Items 13 through 19 are reserved chapters. I'm going to move on to item 14, aviation facilities. Recommending adopting the existing IFC chapter without modification. Any questions there? Moving on to item 15, dry cleaning. Much the same, recommending adopting in its entirety with existing amendments without modification. Item 16, combustible dust producing operations. Any questions here? Hearing none. Item 17, motor vehicle fuel dispensing and repair garages. Hearing no issues. Moving on to item 18, flammable finishes. Hearing no comment. Moving on to item 19, fruit and crop ripening. This is a chapter that the State Farm Marshal does not adopt. Moving on to item 20, fumigation and insecticidal fogging. Another chapter that the State Farm Marshal's office does not adopt. Hearing no comment. Item 21, semiconductor and fabrication facilities. Hearing no comment. Item 22, lumber yards and agro-industrial solid biomass and woodworking facilities. Hearing none. Item 23, manufacture of organic coatings. Hearing none. Item 24, industrial ovens. Hearing none. Item 25, tents, canopy, special event structures, and other membrane structures. Crystal, I'm going to have you walk us through this one for the committee.
Okay, sure. So the water-filled vessels, it was a proposal that we worked with FCAC on in the last cycle, the 21 cycle. We did bring it in, or the 24 cycle, and then we brought it in early. The proposal was in the building code, and so part of that awareness here in California, we wanted to also have it in the fire code as the companion for the water-filled vessels for tents. 25.2 is born out of our flame retardant advisory committee. There is a disconnect between NFPA 701 and Title 19 in terms of the test methods. So this proposal is to repeal the reference to NFPA 701 and direct the code user to Title 19 which is where the regulations are found for the flame propagation performance testing for registration of the materials. Amusement device, that was a repeal and replace because we brought in those early. Again, combustible materials for tents. These regulations are found in Title 19. The reference to NFPA 701 test method 2 is inappropriate. So this is correcting those provisions. Electrical equipment and wiring, repeal and replace. Going to item 25.8, repeal and replace. And renumbering item 2510. This is a California amendment to the new section number, as there was some renumbering of the section. And that sums up item 25 and their subsections. If there's any more questions.
Thank you, Crystal. Any questions from the committee? Hearing none, we'll go on to item 26, high power combustible storage. Hearing no comments, item 27, fire safety during construction and demolition. Hearing none, item 28, tire rebuilding and tire storage. Hearing none, item 29, welding and other hot work. Hearing none, item 30, marinas. Hearing none, item 31, combustible fibers. Hearing none, item 32, higher education laboratories.
Could Crystal provide a little bit of background on why that's deleted quickly? Sorry.
Sure. Absolutely. So, chapter 38, higher education laboratories, was introduced, a few cycles ago. We have the L occupancy here in California. So we brought back the L occupancy working group to analyze, the comparison between our current regulations for L occupancy and chapter 38. So the main differences was that our L occupancy is available to all research and development and not just the higher education. The other main difference was that the model code chapter 38 allowed for non-sprinklered buildings with hazardous materials, which our provisions in California are such that, you know, we want to maintain that fire life safety for these facilities. So those were the two. There were other items within chapter 38 that didn't align. So with that working group, there was revisiting of the L occupancy regulations, and I want to say it was in the 19 triennial is when we did those updates.
Okay. So a lab would either be an L occupancy or a B, and then whether or not it's higher education kind of goes away. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Crystal. Any other questions on item 32? I'm going to move quickly through a lot of these because they are simply adopt without modifications in most of these chapters. So speak up if you have questions. Item 33, processing and extraction facilities. Item 34, storage of distilled spirits and wines. Item 35, temporary heating and cooking operations. Crystal, this is what I'm going to ask you to explain why we're deleting.
This is incorrect. I'd like to withdraw that proposal.
That's what I was hoping you would say.
I completely missed that, and I apologize because I was part of that working group to create that chapter.
So I'm putting 35-1 down for further study at this point.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, because we do want to adopt it. Yes, that statement is incorrect.
Thank you. Item 36, chapters 42 through 47, all reserved chapters. No questions there. Item 37, motion picture and television production studio sound stages. Any questions? Item 38, requirements for wildland urban interface fire areas. Crystal, you want to speak to the repeal of this one?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a proposal to relocate the provisions of Chapter 49 to the new Part 7 California Wildland Urban Interface Code, which is an agenda item later today or maybe tomorrow morning. But it was important for us to put a user note in this section to identify where these regulations were relocated to. This was also coordinated in Chapter 1 as one of the admin provisions. So you can also find the reference to the regulations and point you to the correct part, as the Part 7 is an overlay to the rest of the parts. They're used in combination together.
Thank you, Crystal. Item 39, hazardous materials general provisions. Hearing no questions or concerns there. Moving on to item 40, aerosols. No questions. Item 41 is a reserved chapter. Moving on to item 42, compressed gases. Hearing no questions. Item 43, corrosive materials. Hearing no questions. Item 44, cryogenic fluids. Hearing no questions. Item 45, explosives and fireworks. Hearing no questions. Item 46, flammable and combustible liquids, flammable gases, and flammable combustible liquids. Hearing no comments, item 47, flammable gases and flammable cryogenic fluids. Hearing no comments, item 48, flammable solids. Hearing no comments, item 49, highly toxic and toxic materials. Hearing no comments, item 50, liquefied petroleum gas. Hearing no comments, item 51, organic peroxides. Hearing no comments, item 52, oxidizers, oxidizing gases, and oxidizing cryogenic fluids. Hearing no comments, item 53, pyrophoric materials. Hearing no questions, item 54, pyroxylin plastics. Hearing no questions, item 55, unstable reactive materials. Hearing no questions, item 56, water reactive solids and liquids. Hearing no questions, item 57, all reserved chapters. Moving on to 58, are all of our reference standards. Are there any questions regarding reference standards? Crystal, the only addition that you're recommending is the UL standard there related to batteries?
So we're updating the edition of the 9540 to the latest published edition. And then all the other standards have been updated as well. NFPA standards development doesn't necessarily correlate with the ICC auto code process. And so these are standards that have been approved and published, and our stakeholders, are always asking us to, keep current. So this is our attempt at being current.
Question, you're referencing edition 3, so there are 3 different editions of the 2023 UL standard?
I believe that edition 3 is the 2023 standard.
I was just curious why we were referencing an edition instead of a year.
We you can put that as a further study. I think the edition is the 2023 when it was printed. I'm gonna have to correlate that with the working group.
I'll list 58-2 as further study so you can clarify that particular issue there.
Yeah, let me run it by the working group, see if that's even, if it's correct.
Item 59. Did somebody
Mr.
have a
Chairman,
comment?
before we
Ronnie?
proceed, I have a question, follow-up to your discussion, Crystal. Crystal, by reference, would you also be incorporating 9540A for any systems that aren't listed at this time?
Yes, so 9540A is now part of this latest edition of 9540.
Oh, okay, thank you. So they folded it in finally?
Yeah, they folded that in.
Okay, so-
I have in the initial statement of reasons, the latest edition was approved and published June 28, 2023. SFM has consulted with industry that introducing the latest edition has the advantages. The clarification of capacity and separation limits subject to 9540A is in alignment and is incorporated into that document. So, but a further study is fine because I can clarify how to print it in the code because I don't know if we need the 2023 or just edition 3. That's a good catch.
Edition 3 seems to be a subtitle as I'm looking at the UL website right now. So I don't know if that would just require an underline as it's added text or at least a strike through. I don't know if there was if you need to strike through a 2 and add a 3. That's something that we could probably handle with a minor change if we knew what the answer was.
If we had the answer, we could do it with a friendly amendment, but that's the one where I don't know if we have multiple versions of the 2023 document in play or if we are how it's being referred to within UL.
So in the intervening cycle, we referenced edition 3. That's why you don't see it as underlined. So I don't know why the 2023 is being added.
That seems to be the norm for all the UL documents that are out there, right?
It has the edition and the year.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So is it correct or do you think it needs further study? Either way, I'll verify it.
If it's correct, then I'm good with it. I was simply putting the question to Crystal if we knew if there were multiple versions of the UL standard from 2023. If we're saying that it's one and the same and we're not creating any conflicting information, then I'm good with it.
It can be good just to be consistent in how we reference UL documents, either by year or edition or both.
Thank you, Ronnie.
You're welcome.
We're consensus is we're removing it from further study. Is that it, Ronnie?
Yeah, I there's no reason to do further study on this.
Thank
I
you.
think we just further study.
Moving on to item 59, getting into appendices. This is the appendix on detailed requirements based on use and occupancy. Hearing no questions, item 60, appendices A, D through G, and I through P. Item 61, Appendix B. Item 62, Appendix C. And finally, item 63, Appendix BB, CC, and H. Any comments or questions from the committee on those, on appendices? Okay. At this time, I'd like to go to public comment and remind the public who wishes to speak on agenda item 13 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 13.
Do you want to do the public comment first, or do you want to hear from Nancy?
I just saw Nancy's hand up. My apologies, Nancy. I should have called on you during the presenter phase there.
That's okay. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm Nancy Timmons with HCI Oshpod, and I respectfully request to move item 2.3 to further study to match what we did, which was accepted for the CBC proposal, that definition for care suites, and altering that definition, please.
Thank you, Nancy. Duly noted.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now we'll go to the public comment. Barbara, please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 13.
First up is Robert.
Mr. Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Robert Marshall with San Mateo Consolidated Fire Department, and also the current chair of the Fire Code Action Committee, FCAC of ICC. I just wanted to weigh in on a couple things here. I wanted to reiterate some of the things that Crystal said about item 32, which was the labs. Fully support that action. One thing to consider maybe in future editions of the code, but not necessarily in this one, is a reprint of 453 from the building code that has the lab stuff in it. Might be a good place to put it where people might look for it there, where they wouldn't necessarily think to look for it in the building code. Again, just a suggestion, but I don't think you need to take any action on that. Fully support also item 38, the relocation of everything in chapter 49 to a future part 7, which I do understand you will talk about later, but I do fully support that particular thing. Lastly is one point of clarification on item 58-2. You guys got it right. 9540 edition 3 published in 2023 is correct there. I did want to clarify one point about the 9540A. 9540A isn't exactly a substandard of 9540. It's a test standard where 9540 is a listing standard. 9540 does reference it, but so does the fire code, independently of needing to go to 9540. So I support all of the actions that you decided to do on that, but I wanted to make sure everybody was clear on what that actually meant. That's all I had. Thank you very much for the comment, or the ability to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall.
Bob Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Just a question on item 58-1. And I know there was some discussion on NFPA 855, so I may have missed this, but I noticed in the proposal, it's referencing the 2020 edition of 855. And I did just want to mention there is a newer edition, the 2023 edition of 855 is available. So I didn't know if that was part of the discussions or not, but just wanted to mention it.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Is Bob Raymer.
Mr. Raymer.
Thank you. Bob Raymer, representing California Building Industry Association, in support of the Fire Marshal's adoption of Part 9. And in particular, on item 38-1, I just want to say thank you, Crystal, for doing such a good transplant of the Board of Forestry Title 14 stuff into the new Part 7. We've done a cross-check of that, and while we're still working on some other Part 7 stuff, so far so good. So anyway, we support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Michael.
Mr. Malinowski.
Michael Malinowski on behalf of American Institute of Architects, California, in support of the action as proposed.
Thank you, sir.
And that is the last hand. We have a phone participant. If that person would like to make a comment, the floor is yours. I guess not. No more comments.
Thank you for your public comments. Irina, were there any written comments submitted to the committee prior to the meeting? And if so, would you please summarize them? And are those representatives on the line?
So, there were really no comments submitted that was specified to before part 9. But in the earlier portion for SFM proposal for part 2, David Simboda indicated that his comments for chapter 9 were actually for fire code. So, and I can reiterate the comments if you want.
Yeah, thank you. I do think we recall his commentary there. And I think the consensus was at that time that his issues were not something that we would be addressing since they were not changes to amended language here.
Nothing else.
Thank you very much, Irina. That concludes the public comment portion. I do have, before we move to a motion, 3 items that we've identified for further study: 2.3, 10.9, and 35-1. We will entertain a motion to dispose of the rest of the agenda item, and then we'll deal with the further study items separately. So can I get a motion on agenda item 13 for what we're hoping to approve?
Mr. Chair, if I may, just a quick question for
yes, sir, Ara.
On 58-1, I heard 855, there is a 2023 version. So was the intention of the State Fire Marshal Office to have 2023, or they are still sticking with 2020?
Thank you, Ara. I wrote that down and forgot to ask Crystal.
The intention is to have the latest.
Latest.
I'm not sure when the publication of the 23.
Yeah, it's 2023, yes.
Yeah,
So I believe the 2023 has been published, Crystal.
Yes, it is.
Okay, yes.
For installation of stationary energy ESS, right?
Yeah, the intention was to have the latest edition.
And on 58, since we talk about this reference standard 58.2, which is the edition 3 published June 28, 2023, I think there is nothing wrong with that language there in your, because the previous one was exactly same format. Edition 2 published 2020, so.
Thank you, Ara. I think we removed that one from the further study category.
Very good. Both of them are good.
So we will though add
Chair.
-1. Would you be open to a friendly amendment on that one to change your addition?
Yes, I would be open to that. That's what actually I was gonna ask. Would that be okay to do that amendment? Yes, I'm open to that friendly amendment.
Okay, so now we have 2-3, 10-9, 35-1, and 58-1 that we're going to dispense of separately. Does anybody want to take a stab at a motion for the things we're not changing?
Motion to approve all the items with the exception of 2-3, 10-9, and 35-1.
And 58-1.
And 58-1, let's be clear. Okay, so as submitted.
Thank you. Can I have a second?
Second.
Was that you, Mark?
Yep.
Okay, so I have a motion from Ara, a second from Mr. Blanchett, to approve as submitted agenda item 13, with the exception of 2-3, 10-9, 35-1, and 58-1. Is there any further discussion regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this as well. Irina, please conduct a roll call vote.
Mark Blanchard,
Aye.
Ronnie Thomas,
Aye.
Gary Danger,
Aye.
Nathan Dyson,
Aye.
Rita Shaw,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Brendel Metz.
Aye.
Unanimous motion carried.
Thank you, Irina. I'm now looking for a motion, and we need to establish criterion for further study on 2-3, 10-9, and 35-1. Committee?
Can we do individually because they may have different criteria points for each one?
That's for you to determine what you want to propose.
It's
This is Mark. I'll move to have item 2-3 put back for further study.
You want to wrap all three of the further studies up into one single motion with criteria, Mark?
I only remember 2-3. I don't remember which all of them were.
10-9 and 35-1.
All right, so we'll clean that up. So I'll move to send back for further study items 2-3, 10-9, and 35-1.
And do you have a criteria number for that?
We've been using 4. I don't know that anyone really fits.
for 2-3, I would suggest criteria 6 because if the language is vague,
Did we use criteria 6? I'm trying to remember back when we did 2-3 initially.
It was 4.
It was 4.
It was 4. Your regular criteria. Your
Okay, so we'd probably be consistent and use criteria 4 then for consistency purposes, since it's the same issue. Does criteria work on 10-9 and 35-1?
10-1 was exactly 2-4 for the previous same reason, but we can add criteria 6, doesn't matter.
We can. We just need to put it into the motion.
And for 35-1, I don't know which criteria you want to use, Mark.
4. I don't know a one that really fits, truthfully.
So, Mark, can you repeat your motion for 2-3, 10-9, and 35-1? And I think I heard criteria 4 and 6 for those.
Yes.
Just wrap it up in a bow for me.
Motion to send back for further study items 2-3, 10-9, and 35-1 based on criterias 4 and 6.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second it. Ara.
Thank you, Ara. We will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this as well. Irina, please conduct a roll call vote.
Mark Blanchard,
Aye.
Ronnie Thomas,
Aye.
Gary Langer,
Aye.
Nathan Dyson,
Aye.
Chris Shaw,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Randall Metz.
Aye.
Unanimous motion carried.
Thank you, Irina. I'm looking for one motion now to dispense of 58-1 on a friendly amendment, switching the addition from 2020 to 2023.
Motion to approve with friendly amendment. To use NFPA 855 2023 in lieu of 2020.
Thank you, Ara. Do I have a second?
I'll second. Ochoa.
Thank you, Chris. I have a motion and a second. It is moved.
Looks like Kevin's got a question.
Kevin, you have a question?
I think staff might have been saying the same thing. Just a criteria to justify the approve as amend.
Thank you.
Just as a reminder, 4 is vague and ambiguous. I'm sorry, 4 is arbitrary and capricious. 6 is vague and ambiguous.
No, I'll find the better one for that one.
So what criteria?
Criteria 6 is vague and ambiguous, I believe. I'll double check the e-binder.
Yeah.
How about criteria 7?
I think 7's appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Field. Ara, does that work for you?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to add criteria 7 to Ara's motion. And I believe Mr. Ochoa had the second.
Yes.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve 58-1 with a friendly amendment from 2020 to 2023 based on criteria 7. Is there any further discussion regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this as well. Irina, please conduct a roll call vote.
Mark Blanchard,
Aye.
Ronnie Thomas,
Aye.
Gary Langer,
Aye.
Nathan Dyson,
Aye.
Chris Shaw,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Randall Metz.
Aye.
Unanimous motion carried.
Thank you, Irina. I'm now looking for a motion to wrap the entire agenda item up, confirming all of our actions taken for agenda item 13.
This is
All right, I know
Mark.
you've got something there.
Yeah, motion to approve action items by the committee on item 13.
Thank you, Mark. Do I have a second? Second by Ara. Where are we at here? We will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this as well. Irina, please conduct a roll call vote.
Mark Blanchard,
Aye.
Ronnie Thomas,
Aye.
Gary Langer,
Aye.
Nathan Dyson,
Aye.
Risa Shaw,
Aye.
David Field. Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
unanimous, motion carried.
Thank you, Irina. Okay, our next agenda item is going to be going back to agenda item number 9. Just finding out, we've been at this for 2 hours. Do we want to take a quick bio break before we get into existing building code?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. We'll do a 15-minute break. Returning at 2:45.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's see if we have everybody back here. Ronnie, Gary, David, or Mark. I think we have everybody back. Irina, you guys ready to proceed?
Yep.
Very good. We're going to call agenda item number 9. Department of Housing and Community Development, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 edition of the California Existing Building Code, Part 10, Title 24. HCD representatives, please introduce yourself and present the proposal for item 9. HCD has their commission action matrix table. Please indicate the CAM number and section name of the items presented.
Good afternoon.
Is that you or is that Mr. Starr?
It's me, Brian.
Very good, Brian.
Good morning or good afternoon, Chair and Code Advisory members. My name is Brian Starr. I'm a district representative representing California Department of Housing and Community Development. Other members from HCD are in attendance and will assist in today's presentation. HCD's 2025 California Existing Building Code proposals are based on 2024 International Existing Building Code, which is approved by the Commission and will be effective on January 1st, 2026. California Health and Safety Code Section 17921A directs the Department of Housing and Community Development to propose adoption, amendment, or repeal of the building standards for the protection and the benefit of public health, safety, and general welfare. HSC Section 19990 requires HCD has determined the proposed amendments impacting the 2025 California Code within the California Code of Regulations, Title 24, Part 4, are necessary to meet HCD's mandate in SHC Section 17922A and Section 19990. Part of the preliminary steps taken to develop the proposals before the CAC today, HCD invited the public to provide feedback during a pre-cycle comment period that took place November 13th through November 20th, 2023. As part of the preliminary steps taken to develop the proposals before the CAC today, HCD invited the public to provide feedback during a 2-week pre-cycle comment period that took place February 13th through February 26, 2024. Additionally, HCD received a formal petition, P0323, which requested that HCD propose for adoption of chapters 6 through 11 of the 2024 International Existing Building Code into the 2025 California Existing Building Code, an effort that was coordinated with the Office of the State Fire Marshal during the 2022 intervening code adoption cycle. HCD respectfully requests your expertise and approval of the items being presented today. We would again like to thank the Code Advisory Committee for their time and sharing of their comments. I will be presenting items 1 through 15. Jeffrey Cooney will be presenting items 16 through 30. You let me know how you would like to proceed.
Very good. I'm looking at the cam right now.
Okay.
Many members, do you want to take this item by item? Are you looking for any specific information? What's your pleasure?
No preference?
We've got, what did we say, 30 items? I can go individually if you want. A lot of these are do not adopt. Or we can take chunks. Do we want to, let's see here, Mr. Starr, you said you had items 1 through what number?
1 through 15. But if you want to group them together, I mean, I can do that if you like.
Well, and that's where I'm looking to group wherever I can and see if the committee wants to address items 1 through 15 as a whole right now. Any questions specific to items 1 through 15 that we'd like to have dialogue with Mr. Starr on? Mr. Field, you're on mute if you're talking to us.
Well, I'm talking to myself. But no, I'm comfortable. I was thinking that this was, I think, one of the sections that we might have a public comment on, so I was orienting myself to that.
We will have a public comment. I know Mr. Malinowski from AIA will be speaking to us on his written comment that he submitted as well.
Mr. Chair, I think, yeah, we're good grouping start with 1 through 15, and if there's no questions, right?
Okay. No questions for 1 through 15 from any member of the committee at this point? If that's the case, we can move on to items 16 through 30, which I think there's a different presenter handling those. Any specific issues or questions regarding items 16 through 30? Keep in mind, we've only been using this specific code in California since 2022. So any questions for HCD items 16 through 30? I'm seeing a lot of head shaking negative. Okay, unless we have any questions for our state agency presenters, I'll move on to the public hearing portion there. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who wishes to speak on agenda item 9 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 9.
We have Michael.
Mr. Malinowski, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I appreciate your being accommodating me earlier and moving this item back. It's a topic of great interest to the American Institute of Architects California. My name is Michael Malinowski, and I'm representing that organization. And we are the petitioners that were behind the petition that was mentioned by Mr. Starr. We invested a significant amount of time and effort working with the State Fire Marshal to bring to California many new provisions, 6 new chapters, which we believe are going to be instrumental in supporting commercial to housing conversions throughout the state of California. And that's a hot topic nationally, and we need codes to well align with that type of work. Our comments fall into 2 categories. One is editorial, and I'll deal with that first because it's very simple. The HCD adoption in a number of cases reference adoption of the 2025 or the 2024 International Existing Building Code, and they're in items 10 and 11. There were amendments made in the State Fire Marshal's adoption in the last code cycle that would not be reflected in the HCD action. Those amendments do include provisions that are being adopted by HCD because they do not adopt everything that the State Fire Marshal adopts. So we'd have a case where you'd have a section of the code that was amended due to the work of the State Fire Marshal in the many, many meetings and hearings that got that those chapters aligned with California code properly, and all of a sudden you'd have an HCD adoption that would be inconsistent with those changes. So I believe that the proper language should have been to bring forward existing amendments from the 2022 California existing building code, even though those amendments were not adopted by HCD. If they don't reference that, they're just referencing the international building code, which does not have the California amendments that were adopted by the state fire marshal. I know that's a little hard maybe to understand, but this is really editorial, and it's just a concern that when these chapters are published, we're going to find a lot of confusion created because you're going to have sentences different because of the state fire marshal's changes not being incorporated into the HCD adoption. The more major consideration is a proposed change to 702.6.
Mike?
Yes.
Can I interrupt you just quickly? You're speaking on part 2 of your written document, correct? For your editorial change?
It's part 1. Part 1, where it's like an item 10, the language they use doesn't include bringing forward existing amendments from the 2022 CEBC, for example, in item.
I understand that. What I'm asking, you submitted a written document as well, where you talked about editorial changes, but that was under the state fire marshal portion.
It applies to both some parts of the state fire marshal's adoption, but also to the HCD adoption. So I separated my part 1 deals with the HCD, and my part 2 deals with the state fire marshal.
Okay.
But the issues are the same. So once we've dealt with these in the HCD adoption, if there's an agreement that these are valid concerns, then they would just be easily addressed when this is discussed under the state fire marshal's adoption process.
Thank you. You can go ahead and continue.
The only change of significance that we have concerns about is an amendment that I did respond during the previous periods also to HCD and let them know that the proposed changes to 702.6 create an inconsistency, because what they would do if adopted as proposed would mandate that grills, bars, and other devices applied to an egress window would have to be sized differently in some cases than the underlying code allows for the egress window itself. The international existing building code and the California existing building code are designed to provide flexibility. So if you have a building where existing windows are being retained or being replaced, they may, in some cases, be allowed to be sized smaller than the requirements of the current California Residential Code or Section 1031.6 of the California Building Code. For example, they can meet a 4 square foot opening size instead of the 5.7 square foot that's in the regular new construction code. So I believe that HCD has inappropriately connected a requirement in the regular code to a provision that is more lenient in the existing building code, creating an inconsistency in violation of point 1, which talks about conflicts with other standards. Point 6, which is ambiguous and vague because you wouldn't know, is it really mandating that a grill or bar be larger than the underlying window, and what purpose would that serve? And also 7, by creating an inconsistency with the national standards without any benefit, they are modifying the international existing building code language, which is appropriate and does reference the flexible standards of the international existing building code, which have been, for the most part, incorporated into the California existing building code. And I apologize if this all seems little confusing. But I'm happy to answer any questions. I did try and put this in writing and try and be as clear as possible. But I understand that these are nuances. Both of the concerns are rather nuanced.
Thank you, Mike. Do we have any other public commenters?
There are no other hands raised. We do have one phone participant. If that person on the phone would like to make a comment, now is your opportunity. So take that as a no, and no further comments.
Thank you very much. Irina, were any written comments submitted to the committee prior to the meeting? And would you please summarize them? And are those representatives on the line? I know we've already heard from Mr. Malinowski.
No other comments except for the one that Michael Malinowski submitted to receive.
Thank you very much. Let's see, who from HCD would like to take a stab at replying to Mr. Malinowski's concerns regarding security bars? Was that your intent to have a different standard than what is approved in IBC?
Either this is Mitchell Baker with HCD. Thank
Hi,
you.
Mitch.
Respond. Hello. No, in fact, this proposal is in alignment with proposals by the state fire marshal to point to the California Building Code and California Residential Code, respectively, for bars, grills, and other devices, to have a standardized prescriptive application of those within the state of California to ensure the minimum health and safety. That's the intent of the proposal to modify section 702.6. Thank you.
So we're saying from HCD, Mr. Baker, that we don't share the same concern that Mr. Malinowski has brought up in what we're being proposed, or what's being proposed here.
No, we don't see the concern. And again, it's alignment with the state fire marshal to ensure health and safety.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Mr. Baker on the issue that Mr. Malinowski brought up?
Yeah, well, I have a question. I mean, I understand the rationale, but is there a difference in the language between the two sections he's referencing?
Yes, there are slight deviations between the two proposals. One of them being there's an item related to smoke alarms that have been installed in accordance with 907.2.11 of the IBC. That's model code language that HCD wouldn't adopt as part of this. And then there's sizing requirements, as Mr. Malinowski mentioned, that are required to comply with various parts of the California Building Code versus a very performance-based, for lack of a better term, that states the minimum clear opening of windows comply with the code that was in effect at the time of construction. So opposed to that, it's the California Residential Code or Building Code, respectively.
So that's the reason why we're not looking for them to go out and replace all of the build or the windows. We're trying to adapt to the existing windows in these building reuse situations. Mr. Baker, is that accurate?
Yeah, ultimately, this is to apply well-known provisions within the California Building Code and Residential Code.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee?
Randy, this is Crystal.
Yes, Crystal.
I would like to recommend further study. We have similar proposals that we were coordinating with HCD. Item 5.2, section 505.4. I don't know if that's in their proposal, but that's also referencing back to those same sections, and it's in the prescriptive chapter 5, as well as this section 702.6. I'd have to go back to our working group notes that Mike Malinowski had referred to. We did have several working groups that made the recommendations. And so, you know, those recommendations, it was not the intent to have to replace the windows in existing buildings. So I'm not sure if this amendment is creating an unintended consequence at this point.
Crystal, can you confirm the item number that you are recommending for further study?
I don't have their spreadsheet open right now, but it's in chapter
1.
Go ahead.
11-1.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I think that there is some issues and some confusion, obviously, from AIA, and I don't know that we are on the same page with all of our state agencies. Does the committee have an issue with pushing 11-1 to further study to let them look at this security bar issue deeper?
Mr. Chair, this is Sarah Sarkison. I believe we need to give more time and allow for further study. If we, in California, we copied the IBC language, we are allowing these windows because they are existing in many cases, and there are structural alteration issues. There are some other issues to comply with the current exiting system. That's why there is a wording there to comply with the code of the time of the building was built. That's the big allowance that IBC is allowing. Now I understand also the state fire marshal issue there too, citing the fire life safety. They prefer to have larger openings for escape. So question is, if the bars are added, so which code they need to comply? Do we keep with the existing building code as model code language, or we change in California? I think from the standpoint of fire life safety for escape purposes, yes, that's a great idea to have these restrictions. But is it doable, feasible from the architect's standpoint, like for existing buildings, to create some larger openings than the existing non-conforming one? I think this is the issue I am seeing here between these two languages. I would suggest to vote on for further study.
Thank you, Aura. While you're making that recommendation, why don't you think about some criteria when we get to that point there?
Oh,
any other comments, or do we have a consensus on further study for this issue? I see some heads nodding yes.
I think Mr. Malinowski in his testimony cited like conflicting, overlapping with other code sections will be number one, I believe. So
okay, when we get to the motion portion, we'll pull that out there. Mr. Day, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I recognize the public comment portion is over, but I noticed that Mr. Malinowski's hand is raised, so I wasn't sure if there was a follow-up comment that the committee wanted to consider, or if he intended to have it raised there.
Mr. Malinowski, you have another comment you want to make?
Yes, thank you, and I apologize if I appeared out of order. I do think this needs further study because it's inconsistent and it really makes no sense why a grill would have to be larger than the underlying window. But I would also point out the other concern we raised is that the adopting language in the HCD proposal references the 2024 IEBC without amendments. the 2024 IEBC is not consistent with the 2022 California Existing Building Code that has gone into effect as of July 1st due to the work of the State Fire Marshal and this working group. So their adoption language is incorrect because they are not bringing forward the amendments that were made that went into effect on July 1st of this year. They are instead referencing the base code, which was already amended. So there is a logic error in a number of their items, which I have pointed out in my written instrument. There's a similar error as Crystal mentioned. The State Fire Marshal adoption was changing provisions in Chapter 5 and Chapter 7, whereas HCD did not make any corresponding change to Chapter 5. So this just isn't thought through very well, but it is very important to move ahead. But I would encourage the committee to ask HCD to reference the code as currently exists in California, effective July 1st of this year, for those sections that they are adopting, not the unmodified sections that are in the 2024 IEBC. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Mr. Baker, I see your hand raised again.
Yeah, thank you. HCD is agreeable to the further study on the section 702.6. So we're fine with that. To respond to Mr. Malinowski's second comment, this is the first time that HCD is adopting chapters 6 through 11. We made no modifications to that section, but as a default, HCD is adopting without modifications, and the code will be modified by the State Fire Marshal. So that's what's going to be in print out there.
And that does make sense to me on where the California specifics will come in there. Thank you, Mr. Baker. Any other dialogue on what's presented here? Right now we have 11-1 that we're going to be recommending for further study. Are there any concerns with the remaining agenda item?
Mr. Chairman, I feel I do have the obligation to speak up a little bit, having been on the State Fire Marshal's task force to adopt this and going through the seemingly never-ending and highly complex process of trying to put forth some of these amendments into the code and coming up with this CEBC. I understand the intent of HCD. However, in looking at the table as presented to me, I don't see where it says anything about bringing forth the State Fire Marshal amendments or any amendments, and I just feel as though that language needs to be clarified. I feel this is a minor adjustment, but a major change, as Mr. Malinowski described earlier. It does say in the material that I'm looking at the moment to bring it forth without modification, full stop. I don't think that's HCD's intent. So I just feel that that language should be just clarified so that upon printing, there's no ambiguity to this process.
I don't know that that's actually possible, since the State Fire Marshal's office is a separate entity. They don't normally, they wouldn't reference the State Fire Marshal's office in theirs. We're going to go to the State Fire Marshal's document next after we dispense of this one, where I think we've already seen the California specific stuff there. So I don't know that that would be the proper process. Mr. Baker or Crystal can reference, can speak to that issue if they'd like.
I think I might have misspoken. Just talk more generally speaking about the existing amendments instead of without modification.
Well, remember, this is HCD's code package. So when it's printed in the book, they aren't going to reference the state fire marshal amendments on their adoption process.
Seems to be, from a design standpoint, somewhat onerous to sort through for the end user.
Yeah.
So,
Crystal, you or Mr. Baker, you want to talk about that?
so, I think this is, maybe Kevin or Irina can speak to the codification. Obviously, all the state agencies have their, delegated authorities from legislation, right? And, HCD and SFM share some, but not all. And so there is a process to co-adopt. The codification and printing process, I'll let Irina speak to the group, or Kevin if they want to at this point. Irina, do you have some clarification on that process? It's kind of on the back end.
Yeah, first. So SFM proposal is to move forward their existing amendments from the previous cycle, and those amendments will be moved forward. So with HCD now adopting those chapters, proposing some amendments for HCD. So how in the codification we will merge two express terms from SFM and from HCD. And the end result will be like all the proposals that are current will be printed, and all the proposals that are moved forward from the previous cycle, they will also be printed unless they are removed by the agents. And when you look at the matrix adoption window, there will be access for SFM amendments and for HCD amendments. And they can be the same if the two agencies adopt the same amendment, meaning they have this amendment in their express terms, specific language of that amendment. But it's not, if they don't, then access will be different in the matrix adoption table. But for the end user, for the designer, it ultimately doesn't really matter. They will have a code book adopted by HCD and SFM with their different authorities and different amendments.
Thank you, Irina. Mr. Baker, did you, I saw you come off mute. Did you have something else you wanted to add?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Metz. Yeah, so the codification process will really make it very clear, as Irina and Chief have mentioned. So I think that the concerns from Mr. Malinowski, we can certainly provide additional information on how that'll look. But certainly in codification, the intent is for the 2022 version of the CEBC to be carried forward, and the effect of that will have the application of both state fire marshals amendments and HCD's amendments or adoption of chapter 6 through 11.
Perfect. Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody. Kind of a confusing situation. So thank you for walking the committee through that process. Any other discussion on the agenda item before we go to seek a motion? Actually, I think I need to go back to, no, we already did written documentation, so we're good there. I think we're done with the public hearing. So that concludes the comment portion. I'm going to entertain a motion with we'll do hopefully two separate motions since we do have 11-1 that we're going to deal with separately. Can I get a motion for all items in agenda item number 9 with the exception of item 11-1?
Mr. Chair, I'll move that we approve agenda item number 9 with the exception of item 11-1.
Thank you, Mr. Ochoa. Can I get a second?
Second, Sark Senior.
Second from Ara. Thank you very much. It has been moved and seconded that agenda item number 9, with the exception of item 11-1, be moved for approval as submitted. Is there any further discussion regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed, please indicate by saying no. If abstaining, please state this as well. Irina, please conduct a roll call vote.
Mark Blanchard,
Aye.
Ronnie Thomas,
Aye.
Gary Dunger,
Aye.
Nathan Dyson,
Aye.
Chris Ochoa,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Thank you, Irina. I'm now looking for a motion on item 11-1. You're up, Ara.
Motion to recommend item 11-1 for further study based on 9-point criteria number 1.
Thank you, Ara. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Field. It's been motioned and seconded to recommend item 11-1 for further study based on criteria number 1. Is there any further discussion regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If you're abstaining, please state this as well. Irina, please conduct a roll call vote.
Mark Blanchard,
Aye.
Ronnie Thomas,
Aye.
Gary Dunger,
Aye.
Nathan Dyson,
Aye.
Chris Ochoa,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Thank you, Irina. Committee, I'm now looking for a motion to dispense of the entire agenda item number 9 on all of our actions.
Motion to approve all items, all decisions made by the committee on item number 9. Agenda.
Thank you, Ara. Can I get a second?
Ochoa will second.
We'll let Mark have that one, Chris. You've had enough.
No problem.
Thank you, Mark. It's been motioned and seconded to approve all of the actions of this committee as it relates to agenda item number 9. Any further discussion? Irina, can you please conduct a roll call vote?
Mark Blanchard,
Aye.
Ronnie Thomas,
Aye.
Gary Dunger,
Aye.
Nathan Dyson,
Aye.
Chris Ochoa,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Thank you, Irina. We're now moving on to agenda item number 14, moving back to the Office of the State Fire Marshal. Regarding their proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 edition of the California Existing Building Code, Part 10, Title 24. State Fire Marshal representative, please introduce yourself and present the proposal for item 14. The State Fire Marshal has their commission action matrix table. Please indicate the CAM number, section number, and section name of the items presented.
Good afternoon. This is Crystal Sujeski from CAL FIRE, Office of the State Fire Marshal, Chief of Code Development and Analysis. And you have here in front of you Part 10, the California Existing Building Code. We are proposing to repeal the 21 model code and adopt the 24, carry forward existing amendments with some slight modifications, cleanup on RADA and non-substantive amendments. And I think that kind of covers it. I will ask the committee for further study on item 5-2, which is the bars, grills, covers, and screens, as well as item 7-1, bars, grills, covers, and screens, in light of public comment and earlier discussion during HCD's proposal. So I'll turn it over to you for any questions, and we ask for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Any specific questions from the committee regarding the State Fire Marshal's amendments to existing building code?
Mr. Chair, these are for Crystal. Just 7-1 was clear for me. What was the first one? I'm sorry, I missed that. Was
5-2.
Yes, 5-2.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Committee, do we want to go item by item, or are we good with taking this as a group?
And Mitchell has his hand up.
Mr. Baker.
Yes, thank you. Just a point of order for HCD. I believe we concluded all of our agenda items and wanted to verify whether or not an overall motion was required for that, for all items for HCD.
No, thank you. HCD, the committee can excuse you guys, so appreciate you hanging around and being here for our adjustment on the agenda.
Thank you.
Mr. Day, you have your hand raised there?
Oh, go ahead, Irina.
Oh, I just pointed that you have a hand raised.
Oh,
Go ahead.
no, cancel. Never mind.
You're good, Kevin?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Committee, any specific items you would like to discuss with Crystal regarding existing building code? We talked about this extensively in the last one. This is where all of our California state amendments came from, as the State Fire Marshal was the only state agency that adopted the IEBC during the intervening code cycle back in 2022. I'm hearing no specific questions from the committee regarding specific items in this agenda number here. If that is the case, we'll go ahead and open the public comment period here. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 14 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you'd like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 14.
Michael?
Mr. Malinowski.
Thank you, Mr. Metz. I do, Michael Malinowski on behalf of the American Institute of Architects, California. A special thanks to Crystal and her team at the State Fire Marshal's office for managing to move this massive project forward in the intervening cycle. At the same time they were working on this massive WUI upgrade. We support the amendments coming from the State Fire Marshal. The refinements are all positive, and we also support the request to put back for further study the issue about the guards and rails on added to egress windows that reference a different size than the underlying code does. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Next is Paul.
Mr. Armstrong, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to address the committee. I am with American Wood Council, but speaking on my own behalf in this case, and had the opportunity to participate in this process and have been very excited about this, and in talking and doing presentations related to the new chapters that will be available to us. People are very excited about it. About this out in California, all over California, actually, as well. And having had the opportunity to talk to people in other states that use the entire IEBC, they are very supportive of this and say that we will enjoy this, enjoy as much as us code geeks enjoy things, the use of these chapters too in dealing with the existing buildings and certainly the adaptation of them to potentially residential moving forward. So thank you very much, and looking forward to having this in front of us.
Thank you, Paul.
There are no other hands raised. We have one phone participant. If they'd like to make a comment, they can do so now. Okay, that is enough. There's no other comment.
Thank you for your public comments. Irina, were there any written comments submitted to the committee prior to the meeting? And if so, would you please summarize them? And are those representatives on the line?
So there was one written comment submitted, and it's the same comment from Michael Malinowski about bar wheel sections. So nothing new there.
Thank you very much, Irina. That concludes the public comment portion. I will entertain a motion on agenda item 14. Let's dispose of the majority of the agenda item with the exception of 5-2 and 7-1. Committee, who'd like to make that motion?
Motion to recommend approval as submitted all items of agenda item number 14 with the exception of items 5.2 and 7.1.
Thank you, Ara. I have a motion. Can I get a second?
Blanchett, second.
Thank you, Mark. I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion or comments regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this as well. Irina, please conduct a roll call vote.
Mark Blanchett,
Aye.
Ronnie Thomas,
Aye.
Gary Danger,
Aye.
Nathan Tyson,
Aye.
Teresa Shaw,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Randall Metz.
Aye.
Unanimous motion carried.
Thank you, Irina. I'm now looking for a motion for item 5-2 and 7-1 for further study and a criteria, please.
This Ara Sarkisian, motion to recommend for further study items 5-2 and 7-1 with the 9-point criteria number 1.
Thank you, Ara. I have a motion. Can I get a second?
Ochoa, second.
Thank you, Chris. I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state that as well. Irina, please conduct a roll call vote.
Mark Blanchard,
Aye.
Ronnie Thomas,
Aye.
Gary Dunger,
Aye.
Nathan Dyson,
Aye.
Risa Shaw,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
I'm so sorry. Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Thank you, Irina. I'm now looking for a final motion on agenda item 14 to approve all actions taken by this committee on this agenda item.
This is David Field. I make a motion to approve all actions taken on item 14.
Thank you, Mr. Field. Do I have a second?
Blanchett, second.
Thank you, Mark. I have a motion and a second to approve all actions taken by this committee regarding agenda item 14. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this as well. Irina, please conduct a roll call vote.
Mark Blanchard,
Aye.
Ronnie Thomas,
Aye.
Gary Dunger,
Aye.
Nathan Dyson,
Aye.
Risa Shaw,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Thank you, Irina. We are now moving on to agenda item 15. And I will take the pulse of the committee, potentially to make this our last agenda item. Agenda item 16, I believe there's going to be quite a few speakers on that, and that one is likely going to take us longer than the remaining time we would have after agenda item 15. So I would recommend that we dispense with agenda item 15 and then end our day today and make agenda item 16 the first item we address tomorrow, which, if you didn't notice our agenda, is also our last agenda item. So if all goes well, we may get some time back. So with that, next on the agenda is item 15, Office of the State Fire Marshal, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 edition of the California Reference Standard Code, Part 12, Title 24. State Fire Marshal Representative, please introduce yourself and present the proposal for item 15. The State Fire Marshal has their commission action matrix table. Please indicate the CAM number, section number, and section name of the item presented. Crystal?
Great job, commissioners. We want to thank you for all that you've done today. And with that, Crystal Sujeski, CAL FIRE Office of the State Fire Marshal, Chief of Code Development and Analysis. We have here a proposal to adopt, carry forward existing provisions without amendment for Part 12 California Reference Standard Code. And there is only one item. Item 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Any questions, comments, or concerns on this agenda item for Crystal from the committee? Hearing none, at this time, I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 15 to put yourself in the queue now by using the raise hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, please check Zoom and then the phone for commenters on agenda item 15.
There are no hands raised. We have one phone participant. If they'd like to make a comment, now would be time. Apparently, we don't have any public comment.
Thank you very much, Barbara, and thank you for the public comments. Irina, were any written comments submitted to the committee prior to the meeting? If so, would you please summarize them, and are those representatives on the line?
No comments were submitted for this agenda item.
Thank you, Irina. That concludes the public comment portion. I will entertain a motion on agenda item 15.
Motion to recommend approval of item number 15, the way is submitted.
Thank you, Ara. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Ochoa, second.
Thank you, Chris. It has been moved and seconded that agenda item 15 be approved as submitted. Is there any further discussion regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Committee members in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this as well. Irina, please conduct a roll call vote.
Mark Blanchard,
Aye.
Ronnie Thomas,
Aye.
Gary Danger,
Aye.
Nathan Dyson,
Aye.
Chris Ochoa,
Aye.
David Field,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Randall Matt.
Aye.
Unanimous motion carried.
Very good. Thank you, Irina. Before I entertain a motion to adjourn for the day, I wanted to find out if there's any housekeeping from either Irina or Kevin on the line from BSC.
I don't have any. Kevin, you have any?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe so. Just a friendly reminder to everyone that we will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with the Zoom link for the July 10th item on the agenda. So there'll be a separate, for the members of the public, there's a separate Zoom link for item 10. But yeah, 9 a.m. sharp. Thanks, everybody. Great work today.
Thank you, Kevin. Committee, outstanding work. Thank you for working quickly through these, and swift action by you guys on motions makes this process go by much quicker. So with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn for the day.
Motion to adjourn.
No,
Thank you.
to adjourn.
All right, was that a second?
Of course, second and third and fourth too.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great job.
Thank you all. We will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Thank you, everyone.
See you
We'll see you
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Thank
you all.
you.
Thank you.